had no harbor wall to actually execute onto the A site. But the contact approach in that moment, the setup here from Calm breaking through, runner, he gets taken out. There was no follow-up.
All right, time to find out if turning on my watch party has any powers that be.
The fighting squad was too much on A.
And time as LEV tries to take this to OT.
They've just relied so heavily on winning these gunfights.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it in that round. There was nothing to suggest they had left A. They didn't have mid control. They didn't have any noise B. And it just so happened that they were able to win out the aim duels.
This is a really good buy from Save. Buying the Outlaw, understanding that the economy was broken a bit.
Leviathan looking to push this to OT. You hear the Outlaw go off. Start not tagging anyone.
Ooh, not tagging. That's rough. They needed those tags to try to get through the screen. Oh, Ospas.
Big kill out from Ospas.
Trying to carry it through though. Ooh, need the trades. That shock dart's too good. Oh, dude, that kill from Calm was so crucial. Yo, what's up, Logic?
In the last 2 rounds,
Logical.
such big impact.
Yeah, listen, I meant to take like a 1-hour nap because I didn't get much sleep, and then overslept a little bit, but and then I turned on the stream and I was like, they're tied, and then I came back and I was like, they're tied again. But because I just woke up, I am a bit more refreshed than usual, so that's exciting.
The follow-up is great. What a battle. What a first map. I did not expect.
I mean, I actually think this match should be pretty close, though. I mean, I'm not emotionally invested in it, quite frankly. You know, I think there's cool stories on both sides, but not just because they're not from Pacific, but oops.
Very overeager.
That's a very. I mean, it's. But the thing is, like, those drop shots could make a difference. You know, that's Vitality trying to throw a curveball here. Hey, how's it going, Joel? Thanks for joining. Sorry I'm a little late. But you know, we'll be here for the match that matters, the PRX one. But yeah, I expected this to actually be a pretty close match.
Gonna be so tough. It's a firing squad. The jiggle, 3 members primed and ready.
There's really no way in on this.
Yeah. Oh, that's a 1v1 though. Another one.
Oh, they're giving it to him.
He still has to get a couple more. 6 bullets left, and he can't close it out. And so Leviathan take the lead back for, I believe, for the first time since the pistol of the second half.
But yeah, it's like it's actually interesting. Out of all the teams that are left, I think I have like the least emotional investment in these 2 teams. That's not anything against these 2 teams. I mean, I think it goes to show that, you know, I guess neither of them have like a deep storyline, and then obviously they're not from Pacific. Obviously, you know, individual players, especially on the left side, there's some deep stories, and
in the first bout of OT.
I'm excited to watch some of the guys, even on Vitality, but I was just thinking about it, and I was like, huh, interesting. Dude, this is the difference, though, right? Is that harbor? That's where that, because now you can make those aggressive drops from belts safely, and it's so tough to fight for pipes if they do that.
2 members left here, and they're ahead of this walls. They're ahead of the utility. They've got to win these fights out, though, and they're just outnumbered.
Yep,
There's no way they have enough, and now they have the reckoning that Cinder's gonna have to deal with.
This is looking like it's it.
For as much as they pushed Leviathan.
Yep. He's too busy. There's too many things to consider, and now all they need to do is leave. They know that he's outside. Did they plan it default?
Back around as well. King has a molly. There's still a cascade in play.
No, they planned it for lineups. Okay.
It would take a huge blunder, one of the biggest we've ever seen.
They heard that
on the main stage.
Sender dropping the spit, exchanging for the one at his feet. Dart behind him too.
No chance. No. The rush up as well.
Miserable position for a player to be in. Again,
I'm doing okay.
Vitality
GG. I mean, that ain't an easy game though. LEV's just relieved, I think.
They close out Icebox 14-12. Sunset on the other side of this. We'll be right back.
Sunset is next. I mean, I think Vitality should be okay. We'll see. I do wonder how EDG is going to look. I honestly think the PRX and EDG match is EDG's to win or lose. Just because as gifted as PRX is, so is EDG. And if EDG is able to stay calm for the entire best of three and stay disciplined for the entire best of three, then I think they can easily match the strength. I did. It should be up. Is it not up? I think it's up. Let me just tweet this out. It is the first time with Simon. That is correct. Yes. So it is a different iteration, right? I mean, listen, EDG is a pretty big change for EDG stylistically. EDG has evolved, but they still devolve into the same patterns. And I think actually that's where they're weakest. And I think that's also, you know, EDG and PRX, they kind of have, you know, EDG is willing to play PRX's style, but PRX invented PRX's style. So it's like, you can't really beat them there reliably, but... So we'll see. I actually think EDG has evolved more. I think EDG has grown more as a team. Doesn't necessarily mean that I think EDG is necessarily stronger, just because, you know, PRX, when they wake up, but I would say that EDG has grown more as a team. Like they've expanded their play more and things like that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get too deep into it. We'll talk about it as we watch the match, but I think PRX really needs to I think they need to punish the weaker sides. I think they need to actually I hate that I'm saying this, but I actually think PRX needs to just step on the gas more than usual to force EDG into those fights. Because here's the thing. If you do that and EDG still doesn't budge and they're still going to stay disciplined for the whole best of three, then you're not winning that match anyway, if you're PRX. Unless you've somehow evolved into 20 different styles in a matter of a couple days. So I think, waiting to see if they fall into your traps, I don't think that's really going to be the answer. So I don't know if this is surely this is global, right? Netflix has a popcorn packaged popcorn line and an energy drink line. It's interesting.
It was so close, and if so, how did you deal with these?
I don't think it was that close because of the anti-strat. We're usually a team that anti-strats ourselves as well, so we're adapting to what the enemy team is playing. So we're not really playing the same.
Which, by the way, I think at Champions,
and if they're anti-stratting us, that's good. They're just kind of wasting their time.
I love it. Thank you very much. Best of luck on map 2.
Well, I don't know about the last line. I think that's just confidence, but I do think at Champions the difference maker is do you ante yourself enough so you know what to expect from the enemy team. It's all about prepping for each other and breaking down each other's tendencies at this point, because everyone's already so good. So I think actually anteing yourself is like really crucial.
The LEV player who's managing to lurk up in that area and then kind of own them on these A execs in a lot of rounds.
I was worried at the start of the game for Vitality. It looked like they were having a
Who do I think wins this? I think LEV should still win this. Especially now that they won the first map. I think the fact that they closed it out. If they didn't close it out, I think Vitality maybe. But I think LEV should win this match.
And it wasn't really until the round 5 they got a big round off of the Thrifty at middle and B area and the kitchen halls area, and that was like a big moment for them, and it seemed like they were gradually picking up from that point onwards, started getting the rounds leading into the second half and all that stuff, and it really was looking like it was
3 thrifties, a clutch. I mean, this is it's muddy, it's messy.
And this is
we love to see it.
Consistent thing for LEV. I feel like having these kind of struggles in the middle of games and then needing these individuals to step up, but they have so many incredibly talented players that can bring you those rounds and keep you in that series. And I think this now puts Vitality in a bit of a scary position. They were so close to winning this one. They are going into a sunset, which has been pretty good for them, but with how closely matched these
I 100% agree.
it's tough to lose
and
like
it's
that.
Neon versus
It is
Neon.
tough to lose like that, but that was Leviathan's map pick. So it's like, and it was an overtime. They might be sad about how they lost in the end because they were right there.
Today's just all muddy, messy Valorant, I guess.
Game out before they finally faltered, but going into sunset, knowing that how they were able to recover.
Doug in the background.
Oh,
I'm covering them. Doug and Baby.
It's going to be great for Safe's confidence. That's going to be a huge point of it, and it's not something that they should be afraid about. Like they could doable. They just need to be able to convert and close it out.
Yeah, and for Safe, I think you saw in a lot of those replays.
I was chatting with one of the Korean commentators for a little bit last night, just talking about the Gen G game.
Emotional maturity to be that guy who keeps his teams in a match, and that's going to be really important throughout this series.
I mean, well, the conclusion we both had was as shaky as Gen G could have looked, it's both Heretics and Sentinels came prepared. They came very well prepared for Gen G's tendencies. It's hard to say that it's like straight up anti, right? It's not like you just had like set plays that straight up just shut down the setups of Gen G necessarily, but you knew what to expect, and you were willing to fight it with confidence because you had confidence that you knew. Both Heretics and Sentinels. I mean, listen, I think
it was just what? Silliness.
I think really any other team, and Gen G probably has, maybe except for... No, actually, I think any other team. Gen G has a better chance, just because these guys have played against Gen G before, and then, you know, they're both pretty adaptable. They both play, at the core of it, very fundamental Valorant, and then you choose whether you go a little aggressive, a little passive. I mean, it's unfortunate. You know, the group draw is whatever, it's unfortunate, but it's two teams that were built to basically be able to, you know, clap back and counter Gen G, and that's how the cookie crumbles.
I think we will see a difference now going.
No, I took a quick nap because I didn't get much sleep last night, so. But I really I actually originally had thought about like only turning on the stream for the PRX match, but then I was like, well, I'd have to like sit here and be watching it anyway because it's the second match, so. We only caught the very end of the first map.
I've got Team Vitality's coach Gorilla with me ahead of map 2. Now, of Leviathan, they didn't ban Lotus today. It was open. You guys could have picked it. But what was it about Sunset that made you feel more confident that you wanted to take them to?
We've had more reps on Sunset, so in general, there's just a better feeling for the map for the team. I think the reason why we picked Sunset is because if we'd picked Lotus, there was an opportunity for the Veto to get a bit funky. And these 3 maps for us is like, at the end of the day, they're really good maps for us. So, you know, if we lose this game, then it's just down to them being better. And us showing up. So we're very confident in Sunset and Ascent.
Right,
it was pretty messy. It was pretty messy, yeah. I mean, I love that, though. I love that you can start to see the pressure get to teams, right? And to be fair, LEV and Vitality are two of two teams that are not that sturdy, just to begin with, I would say.
There is a confidence in Vitality, and I think it's quite earned on Sunset.
The Vitality,
you know,
they were right there, and
I would not put them up there on my list of very, very trustworthy, sturdy teams in the world. But no, I love that about champions. Like, you want to feel the pressure. Which is, like, this is what I like, though. I like it when you can feel the emotion, good or bad, of players in the game.
Yeah,
because I think that just tells me how it gives me a greater connection for me personally. This is one of the reasons I really like Buzz, is that you can actually feel his emotion, like, in his play. You know what I mean? His determination, his desperation, like all of that, like the good and the bad, all of it in one giant package. Like you can tangibly feel it when Buzz is playing, when you're watching his screen. And I love that. I think that's very important for a pro. And for Buzz, and I think for, you know, it's even, I think it's an even greater impact because he's on DRX, is because for a lot of DRX players, we used to only feel the bad part of it, of like, oh, here they go crumbling again. With Buzz, he's like figured out how to channel it, where it goes from this could be my fall into this will be my, you know, last hurrah. So dude, Ospas, honestly, I think it's gonna be hard to top Ospas for some time. That kind of relaxation like comes from a lot of confidence.
Very good on the breach here, but since safe,
oh, I 100% agree. Which is why, listen, if it stays messy, LEV will actually win. And they closed out the first map as well. Partly, I think part of that. Because now Vitality is like willing to give you the fights, and at that point I think LEV wins, like for sure. In some ways it's very similar to EDG versus PRX, just not, you know, slightly different degrees of it.
Aspas with a slow step back.
But let's take a look. Both of them playing the Neon, Aspas and Safe. But the big difference is the KO versus the Breach. And that's a pretty big difference.
They're going to play retake on the site. They're going to clear out all of mid.
Leviathan basically is going to have their own agency. Vitality, they need to... Vitality have a bit more... craftiness they can have with their timings, but oh dude, and the dart to follow up, there's no way to get away around that. Great shock darts, so that pressures this. You've tied up Calm, and then you're trying to force him into elbow, but they're just gonna push out and win. Whoa, a little crazy, and he's been spotted.
I mean, he knows Calm is there.
Dude, Calm actually timed that so well.
But that's a 4K for the duelist and the pistol for LEV.
I mean, good on Trex. He waits, but Calm timed that very well. He purposely waits until the, you know, like half a second before the half to peek out, because that's when you would normally peek out to stop it and to check it.
And the self-stun worked against him. What a retake. What a flood from Leviathan. A much faster...
What? No. I didn't say anything about... They're not even out yet. Don't get too crazy about the roster moves. No, I was just saying that's one of the reasons I like Buzz, is because you can feel... You can, you know, tangibly feel his emotion and his, like, determination, his desperation, all of that in his play. And you've seen that evolve from amateurish, like, panic into locking in now.
I think the question in situations like this is, do you put yourself in a position to potentially lose it?
Oh, great positioning from Tags. Huge. Massive.
Those two alone have claimed every single name.
Did you see his legs? I think he might have seen his legs.
Trex is the last one standing with a nice bit of HP.
I was like, what? There is a world where they just don't check this.
Protocols on protocols. The breach stun that Mazzino had all the way from A-Link. It sets up Tex to not get overwhelmed by the classics. And it was a team flash as well onto Safe that Kicks had. The timing just not quite there. That's something
LEV.
Vitality are going to have to clean up on this next gun round.
Got a pretty good buy round still, and you have the Neon ult as well, but they'll just keep the Vandal on him. I imagine there could be a round if it comes down to, you know, like a 3v3 or something where you give over the Vandal and you know, for a retake.
6-0 so far. There's the aggression that you were talking
They're going to push in.
Forget about holding B main with a roll.
But I like this. I like this from LEV. You have shorter weapons. You make this fight on B tighter. Increases the chances of them having to rotate over to A, and then you can start to set up for it. The only thing you're worried about is them working mid. So LEV has a really good understanding of how the attackers are going to want to play this. They have a drone. He's going to try to counter drone, and Aspas is ready for it to peek off of it. That's huge.
So now you have to use another layer. Leviathan, they're just burning utility.
And the smoke as well.
You want to make it so when the execute actually happens, you don't have much left.
Yeah, I mean, and that's even if you get B main back.
Does he think about using his recon? At this point, they're thinking that it has to be another reclear on B. So they don't get the funnel that they normally wanted.
A drone and a knife on the other side, and that will tag Tex.
Oh yeah.
So they know the Cypher utility is here, although down for the time being.
Tex needs to be very, very careful playing in backside right now.
They're going to go back. Remember, Calm slipped into this position while that Omen smoke was up. How patient can he be?
LEV wanted to funnel them. It doesn't work. It's a nice try though. Vitality has a good read on it. They're playing very safe, but it's only 20 seconds and they don't check. Oh my gosh, he rotates in. Oh man, dude, if he had a Spectre there, he actually can get two. But now only 12 seconds, and here comes Aspas. All their util is already gone. He spikes down. It's over.
There's no way to recover it. Sender would have to frag his way through, and he can't.
Dude, Calm with the timing.
That B main push.
Morning, Milo.
They had to finesse.
That's insane.
A space or feinted at least, and then also re-clear all of B. Calm, he played that insanely well. Mazzino, another fault line to set him up as well. It delayed everything. 4 members.
Good breaches are such a joy to watch.
You're gonna see this a lot from
like, understand the thing. I think what makes breach really tough, like even tougher than KOs for people, for pros that like switch into it. Because we see this a lot. We see people who they didn't used to play the breach and then they pick up the breach and they just start to look a lot worse. I think a big part of it is that there's a clear gap between just using breach's utility straightforward and then understanding your positioning to maximize like the distance and the angles. You could argue the same thing for KO with pop flashes, but like there's more ways to kind of fudge that, if that makes sense. Okay, ult to push them back. He does get 0 pointed.
They're going to try to end B here. That's going to be tough. You still have all this Cypher utility that's up.
Oh, they should have time to clear it. LEV's already in, though. Oh, Aspas is kind of greeting for this. He does not want to peek out there. Yeah, you just want to hold both angles. This is I don't like that LEV's already in without extra util. Especially because you were working with the Neon ult. That's not the greatest positioning for it.
Mazzino waiting on the other side. Trex is now down. There's the swing from Mazzino. It's all on to Sender by himself in a 1v2.
Dude, the fault lines, man.
Another round the way of LEV. That was closer than it should have been.
Yeah, Vitality did a very good job of weathering that storm, weathering that flood. Just freezing the round again. It seems like when Vitality freeze the round
4-0
type of space, they have an advantage. They're just so good waiting for the antsy players of Leviathan wanting to peek out, but the gun disadvantage, it's too much. In a rifle round, maybe they win this round. Maybe they convert.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's a quick timeout. 4-0 for Leviathan. Nice cleanup.
LEV's feeling it. You can tell LEV's feeling it. Like, they have good reads on it. Vitality. Here's the thing: is that on that bonus, Vitality don't fall into the trap necessarily, but they overthink it. So it's not like they break through it either. So while the round didn't play out entirely the way LEV intended it to, where Vitality gets funneled into A side and they're ready to just pick up kills, it does force Vitality to overthink it, and they run out of time, right? And the moment they don't clear calm instantly, that was the round. And things like that, now LEV's going to play very confidently.
Wait for any type of mistake. Maybe wait for a reclear that Leviathan want to throw at them. Because Leviathan are very, very proactive on this map on the defensive side. But sometimes, Doug, their spacing just isn't quite there in terms of peeking together. That has been a major flaw in Leviathan's defensive side, oftentimes when they lose this map.
Right here. I'm curious here. I mean, maybe we'll see.
Okay, so off of that timeout, you've got Hunter's Fury, but all half armors here for Vitality.
Success, but we'll see what the approach is here. 2 ults to speak of for Vitality. Some jump spots already. Look at the dart. Look at the paranoia. That's such a gorgeous
Counter
sound.
Hunter's Fury first.
And he's out just like that.
I like that you're pressuring this as well.
That's
on top of the recon, right? It guarantees the kills one way or another. It's a nice extra layer to it. Just the dart and the early Hunter's Fury, sometimes it feels like a waste, but
there was no A presence at
it's
all
well set up. And this is Leviathan understanding that you shut them down here and the momentum really gets crushed. I mean, yes, they're going for the half armor, so they should all be able to buy again, and they'll be able to continue extending that, but
attempting to throw a little bit of misdirection, but they realize that the B side has been lost. You've got Calm, who's the only one really kind
LEV is, they are, this is a good, the adjustment here from Vitality to understand that LEV's going to want to flood the backside, that's been the pattern here, is very good, right? You send 2 people in to watch the flood in while you're going for the plant. It's a good adjustment, because that's honestly been the rocky part. Leviathan's been kind of getting a, oh no! Oh, it's over. It's actually over.
He's popping off.
Oh no. Oh, that's. Oh no. When it matters most.
Big moments in the last map, but that retake, the flood, it was chaos, it was pandemonium.
Dude, he gets the double tag as well. The relay bolt, dude, the fact that Aspa sends in the relay bolt after the first shot as well, just to keep them locked in. Like, that's actually a sick set play. I love that they use that against Vitality's timeout as well. They up the tempo instead of waiting for a crazy set play. And then he clutches it with an ace. Oh man. I mean, that's just a deal breaker early in the map.
The opportunity for greatness and with plays like that.
And for a player like Calm, right, that oftentimes he's in a position where his stats don't look good. He kind of has to like battle through it if the team doesn't work out, and it all starts to feel like it falls apart. And his positioning starts to get questioned at that point, and only the team will know if it's good or bad. Having a round like that, I think, is Calm's the type of player, and the way he plays, the position he plays for the team, he only needs like a couple of those every now and then. In some ways, it's very similar to Lakia in that sense, where you only need the pop off every now and then. But when you get it, like, any doubt that he might have had on his own, because at some point it starts to creep up on you. It's gone. That's huge. The smoke there, the smoke angle kind of ruined Calm. The timing was pretty good on the double peek out of the smoke, but Lev is trying to bring the fight to him, and Vitality has recognized this now. I mean, that previous round, I think Vitality, what they should be doing is just chalk it off to, well, they had a hard read on the timeout, and we got wrecked. I mean, eventually it still came down to Calm clutching, but it is what it is. But overall, the adjustments they had since the timeout are very good. Right? They get in, and then they don't just, like, try to plant and leave. They basically draw them in afterwards. No way. Okay, I thought he was going to get away with it.
Hunting him down. You also had Kix, who was on the reflank across the middle of the map. There was nowhere to go. A big round for Vitality.
Yeah. Vitality not falling for it this time, ready for that contact approach in the retake, close up main. But yeah, you're 100% correct. There was so much
they're drawing them in.
You had a smoke, you had paranoia.
You know that it's been floods time and time again on B.
They're back.
So they got to recognize it. And now that they've... So they basically had the right read on the plant over on B.
Especially given how you lost Icebox, that first round is
They're going to now go for A. It's a good timing. But LEV has... This is what LEV did on the bonus, right? It's shove out so you can rotate early. So this is LEV trying to counteract whatever Vitality might cook up on this round. And this time the read will be good. They still have the trip in mid, so they don't have to worry about... So they can once again flood A. They're ready for it. Let's see if Vitality is ready for the contact again, even on A site. It seems like a no-brainer, but it's like you can really start to forget that if you've only been working it on the other side, and that's your own smoke. You gotta have the timing on that. Oh, that's... They realized they didn't have much time, and it felt like they were a little out of sorts.
How in the world does he do this?
They're so on top of each other right now.
No, Switch just slides out. He's like, oh, I would like this kill.
Head-to-head, runner gets taken out.
I mean, I'm not going to say that Vitality wasn't thinking about the contact and the flood, but the timing from the smoke here is...
And there's a fighting squad right there as soon as it drops.
Yeah. I guess you didn't expect... you didn't expect Mizzino to already be past it.
But this time they changed their game plan. It wasn't a flood with utility. It was just a firing squad.
I mean, what a turnaround that would have been for Americas, right? If Crew had beat Fnatic and it's all Americas in the playoffs. That would have been crazy.
More B main aggression.
But this time the knife invested here. How oftentimes we see it in conjunction with the dart towards A. To try to catch the Cypher, to try to get any early info.
And now it's... So now Leviathan, they're just going to keep doing this. You know it's an eco, so once again, they just force it in, and they say, all right, well, you're going to have to waste so much time. This 100% confirms that it's A. Tex is already kind of committed to this, though. Love the extra angles he's holding. And then the flood right back. The timing's so good from the backup.
Runner not able to find any space, not able to find any success. Leviathan gets to 7. They march
Vitality has to start considering if you want to use 2 timeouts in the first half or not. But the thing is after what you told them in the first timeout, I don't know if there's anything you really think you can fix in a timeout now. Timer is paused, though.
The B main denial, all the info gathered, it allows them to
curious, because like stopping the momentum is one thing, but this is your second timeout and it could be the last of your tournament. I don't know if you want to use it just to cut off the momentum.
Full momentum.
We're finally playing aggressive. Finally playing aggressive.
Well, there's clearly been an adjustment in how they kind of approach these last couple of rounds. And honestly, you look at the
I love
G2.
Go,
yeah, I mean, that checks out. That
People can hate them all they want because they play slow, but
where is the go?
You need a team like G2 though.
But now we're seeing a little bit
you need someone to basically be that benchmark of are you getting by with shenanigans, or do you actually have a really good, like, do you have great tempo control, do you have good rhyme and reason, do you have good anti? Because if you're just getting around with shenanigans like PRX, G2 will shut you down, right? You need that gatekeeper team for the best teams to shine even better. And G2 could become that best team if they also added more, but that style is so important for us to have a better understanding of the others.
The approach has been very similar, albeit
successful. Oh, I agree. I don't think it's that they're playing like slow, but everyone hates on him for it for sure, which is silly. IMO. They just play really good Valorant. They just play clean Valorant, right? They don't take unnecessary, silly risks. And it's not like they don't take any risks. I think they do. It's just very calculated. It's just very calculated.
They're interested in putting bodies on B main.
I do agree. I think the reason that maybe some people feel that it's even slower is, oh, hold on. Here we go again. This one's not a full setup, though. So this is just trying to pressure them. It's not a full setup to just... It's not meant to get full kills like they did on B main. Right? But this does give you extra time to just hold on to A main, and now you can focus. It's a 2-on-2, but it's actually a great setup from LEV. And then you had the Omen ult anyway. Oh, man. And the rolling... Dude, this... What a read. Dude, after each timeout... It's the aggressive Hunter's Fury after each timeout, too. they just route them in. They know that, hey, if we just cut off their tempo, they're gonna have to force it.
They're not ready for the pace.
What a read.
Leviathan are truly taking the fight to them on every angle. Even this, safe. He did a good job of trying to get all the way in. But Mazzino, he's too confident.
Between the way they play and the way Fnatic plays, the Fnatic is a better grasp and win this. Yes, I agree. I agree. I think Fnatic is more willing to take those risks, and therefore, I think they're more willing because I think they have a better understanding of when. So we see it a bit more often, which is I think why people kind of misunderstand G2's style, and they're like, well, that's boring. And it's like, well, just because they don't take stupid risks doesn't mean that they're boring. But it's also the thing is it's very hard from an analysis standpoint to look at a team like G2 and be like, this is going to be an international trophy winning team, because when push comes to shove, everyone's so good that it is the team that is willing to say, I know that this is when I actually land the counterpunch confidently. Right? That's how you win a trophy. Like, every team that's won a trophy, like, that's how they do it. Where they do make these hero plays, but they make good ones, not bad ones. And so that's, I think, the biggest difference. And again, it's not to say that G2 doesn't ever do it. It's just not as... they rely much more on the fundamental part of it, I would say.
I mean, it's their own smoke.
Yeah, the timeouts have not been good for Vitality. Quite frankly, oh, dude, I mean... LEV just, they're so confident on their positioning right now. I mean, okay, that so it's like that. It's like Tex swinging out there. That one a little unnecessary, right? Like you didn't need to be a hero there. Like this was a round one. I mean, I don't blame it because you won the round anyway. And it was so unlikely. But like that swing, like those are the swings where it's like, well, you didn't need to make that. That's not actually how you win the round. It's not a win condition, right? I think it's important to remember win conditions. You know, it's okay to you know, get a little extra confidence, but
13 assists
it's just so happened to be a good example.
Talked about his breach going into this map. You did. He's been such a star on it.
This time, pacey from Vitality.
But man, as soon as LEV wins that icebox, though, this is what I was afraid of. Is that Vitality again? This is not a team that. You know, they're young. It's a young team. You don't expect them to be able to keep the composure through and through. They've done a good job. You know, obviously a good enough job. Oh, and they line up for it as well. So, you know, you expect it's going to get a little bit more heated, and that's exactly what LEV wants.
10-1 the way of LEV.
Oh, I agree. I agree. It goes to their staff as well. I mean, it's just a very emotional, very, very inexperienced team. Talented, but who do I have going through in the next series? I mean, I have PRX. I have. It's not even Hopium. I actually think. I don't think PRX is going to look good doing it, but I do think it's entirely EDG's to win or lose. If EDG is able to stay disciplined for 48 rounds, or I guess 50 rounds, well, no, 46 rounds, then 46, what am I doing? My math is all over the place. 26 rounds, and I think they win, but I don't know if they have it in them to stay disciplined for 26 rounds.
Load this flank on the other side. And the thing is, too, you clear a trip, but you don't realize that
this is it for Guild 2.0.
Maybe the cam gives it away, but that's all it is so far.
Oh.
So they've spotted Tex.
Okay, well now you just have to go. Timing a little bit off for LEV there. It's been mostly good. But he's still doing a good... Oh, okay. Trex really needed to win that. Okay. Vitality... Surely.
As the dart goes out over the top, it's been cleared.
Thank you. Surely. Surely not.
Has had his heroics, but this time they're stifled before they even start. Vitality gets to do a desperately needed round.
They're just going to be 40 rounds overtime. Thank you, thank you.
Silver lining, I guess. What a dominant half from LEV.
Calm, did you pop a hand warmer? That looks like someone who popped a hand warmer. When's your flight, Anders? I still have to look into the tickets as well, by the way. Sorry I didn't get back to you on that. But I hope it shouldn't be a problem. In like 30 hours. Oh. Ooh, exciting. I mean, at least Fnatic made it through, right? I was gonna feel so sorry after I signed off yesterday, just trying to curse you guys. I was eating dinner. I was like, I don't know. Maybe that was a harsh joke. I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, oh man. Listen, if Vitality brings it back, though, if Vitality's able to bring it back from a 10-2, maybe we flip our opinion again. That might be what they need to just crush LEV momentum-wise going into map 3. But not, we haven't really seen the 10-2 much. People still bring up the DRX Billy comeback. That's how rare it is.
In what, 3 rounds? Yeah. If LEV are able to close this out, this pistol is enormous.
Thanks, Lakia.
It's a must-win round.
Lakia's #1 fan.
What's their approach going to be? Are they going to try to take the fight to
LEV? You should just buy Leo and make a real guild too.
Or is it going to be a little bit more standard, defaulty?
I mean, you don't really have the same tools that you.
I would say that Boo fills that role. I would say that Benji fills that role on Heretics. Right, like a strong voice.
Protocols when you have that level of utility, you don't really have that for Vitality. Yes, kicks, the flashes with the KO, sure, but it's just not the same fight.
The room for error is so tough when you're playing this KO Sova composition. Because like you said, it's not as explosive. There's
dude, player. I mean, it's champions. Really it's champions. At the end of the day, it comes, you know.
And it's got to be near perfect.
Who's on top of it on each day?
Was near perfect, hitting 4 members.
Now you imagine as great as Sen was prepared to play against Gen G and Gen G's tendencies. You imagine, you know, if any 1.5 members of Lakia, Charon, and Meteor were online like they usually are, would things be different? Maybe. I'm not saying it's a fluke. I'm just saying things. Then it would have been a much more looking like a 50-50 no matter who wins. But now it looks, you know, looks like it was a dominant win from Sen because the prep completely enables the extra form.
The first Sender drops him, dismisses him. Vitality got the pistol, an ever important one.
Yeah, they're still in it. They have a chance. They're gonna have to invest heavy into this round. Buy the best weaponry they can. Here's the replay. That stun just not quite hitting the mark for Ospa.
Really? Did Fnatic really have 2 guys sub 60%? Yeah, I think KASD is one of those things where the extremities really pop off. Yeah, sub 60 is actually pretty abysmal. That's rough.
It's been difficult for them. If they can string some rounds together, get some momentum back in their favor, we've seen how strong they are on this composition.
Think about situations like this, not just in this half, not just in the series, but when you look at it from...
Did Frost say that in Spike Talk? I haven't watched the new episode. I do love watching Spike Talk because, like, you do get a very good grasp of how Frost thinks about the game and the teams. He's very headstrong. And there are some good points. It's just he's very headstrong, so sometimes he kind of doubles down.
From really far back, yeah.
Very early on. I feel like it wasn't really required. Sender, whoa.
Whoa, Sender. Let's calm down.
There's a good flash over the top, but not really enough to punish.
Dude, that's your flash gone, though. So now LEV can take contact. You do have a paranoia, but there's still 46.
What?
Dude, through that gap? On a swing out?
That's a ridiculous shot.
But here's the thing: is that again, like you used all your utility.
I feel like Kick should be the one jiggling in that moment, but instead
that gives LEV the opportunity to do that. Now LEV's just gonna bank on the fact that put enough pressure. They're gonna rotate. I mean, you know, you already hold B main, so it's a chance, I guess. But door being broken.
trampling towards B like Clydesdale.
Are the trips going to be an... Dude, Tex, what are you on, my guy?
That Sheriff is, I mean,
dude, every now and then he has these games, dude.
Time is short. They've got to find the space, and they have to do it soon.
Well, look at the plant. It is looking... Oh, well, oh, okay, that's good from Runner. You just needed to pressure it.
Take the fight, right? Truly, just run away.
Oh.
Get out with that Phantom.
Vitality gets a 4. Clean shots out from Tex, but
the damage.
Yep.
The damage was done. Whoa. Yeah, Sender's just way too exposed in that moment.
The next episode. Spike Talk being like, welcome back.
I mean, both of them. And
congratulations on bombing out. I can see them doing that. I can see them doing that together.
I mean, that's just old reliable for him. 13 and 11 now for the Sentinel, but Vitality.
No, I didn't see Karen's message.
And that's why you see just such a heavy lean into
Huge 0 point.
You've got full rifles.
So you've got the flank already covered.
You have a lot of space.
Wait, did he? Oh, he didn't tag all 5. I think he tagged only 3 or 4. But so Safe is a little cautious.
I wonder if
this is huge.
Get a contact in, just like the pistol
the thing is only Safe on the flank. I mean, your util better be damn good so he has time to break the trip and then still just keep someone tied up.
I guess Mazzino has a fault line.
And you better have a clear idea of, are you going to flood? Right? Or are you going to... They look like they want to fight. Oh, holy.
And the paranoia. They've got nowhere to go.
Oh, but they were so far, though. Like,
meanwhile, Safe has been creeping around
and then Safe breaks it now? I mean, they are trapped, but Vitality, you're not in a great position on the site. You're not in a great position on the site.
Mazzino with 3. And Safe
like, that flash and paranoia is great, but...
has to take an alternative route. Is now left in a 1v3. 28 HP for one. Healthy.
He does have stun.
But where's the actual value that comes from it, right? The util hits. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of big, though. Oh, the neon.
A miracle from Safe to pull this off.
He gets the health call. Oh, I wondered if it was the right call.
On Sunset.
Yeah, dude.
This attacking half, his impact on his kills. The defensive half, his utility. This was obnoxious. And the 1v1.
He was tired of giving out assists. Actually, Koreans...
I was so surprised Safe didn't just slide onto him with that class.
Don't necessarily use Aya. Koreans use Aigo. But like, just Asian Americans, I think we all say. We all picked up on the Aya.
Time to dwell on the past.
Well, Koreans say it sometimes as well, but it's like not the Aya we're used to.
Now it's just
that's
trying to be the hero.
That's a SEA thing for sure.
Takes a step back.
A wise choice.
Let me pull up this link on our stream PC.
Like this can be the biggest pitfall. Mazzino with the Rolling Thunder in hand. Depending on the angle.
Oh, I have to log in? Doesn't that mean I have to join the server?
There it goes, but it's gonna be a dagger.
It's not gonna connect. I mean, the knife out on the other side will connect, but the Rolling Thunder doesn't hit anybody. And remember, these are just guns, or excuse me, pistols, mainly on the other side.
Yeah, Love's just shoving it in. They know they have the better weaponry.
Runner 22 HP, trying to settle through the stun.
I mean, it's not over, but Trex is so weak, and there's no way to give the weapon over.
A tiny little pixel given away as Tex punishes. What can Sender do? Nothing.
All right. I think we can call it, chat.
And they're now knocking on the
oh, thank you for the copy paste. I'm saying.
And doing it as a cohesive unit. You look at the scoreboard right now. Everyone within 4. A full team effort. Right there. And that's why it's been so dominant.
Oh, some of his fans, I guess, were concerned about his wrist condition, but.
Icebox is just a blast from the past.
Yeah, it's a. But the thing is here's the thing. I think Vitality, it was always gonna look like this when they got knocked out. right? Their biggest weakness is that they're not composed enough.
They don't have that info.
I don't think the players and the staff should like let the fashion of how they got knocked out get to them too much. It was always going to look like this when they got knocked out. I don't think it was ever going to be like a giga banger, best of 3, you know, man, back and forth all the way to the end. If that was the case, I think more of us would have had them going out in the groups. I guess actually a lot of people did. I had Talon, I guess, now that I'm thinking back to the groups. Which is why I actually thought Talon had a chance, but...
All on Runner and Trex now to keep the year alive. And again, Vitality crumble from beginning to end, bookended dominance on Sunset. Yeah, Icebox may have been a different story, but a statement made from the #1 seed of Americas.
Oh, nice jump.
Only stand for so long. 13-4 and a 2-0 sweep of LEV.
I do love to see Calm like pop off. He always pops off at the right moments to shut the haters up. I do love that. He just has poetic timing every single time.
One of the most dominant maps Leviathan have had all tournament. And
America's showing up. America's showing up big.
What a sigh of relief too, man. For as much
And quite frankly, it's all thanks to Sentinels. I mean, wouldn't have it any other way if you're an America's fan, I think. America shows up big, and it's all thanks to Sentinels. It's crazy.
In the driver's seat the entire way through. Your game plan, it worked. It was in full effect.
Oh my gosh, really? Were there a slew of cancels for the finals after Gen G got knocked out? Oh, that hurts.
It can break your mental.
It is kind of crazy that you would cancel it, though. When else are you going to get to go watch a finals? In Korea.
It's not what they wanted, but they went on such
That's
a run
insane.
in NBA, made it all the way here.
That's the #2 seed too.
It is funny how the deadlock comp like works out in the big picture for Sentinels.
I would love to pick Ito's brain because I mean you heard it in that timeout. Finally, they're playing with aggression. That seems to have been the biggest difference. That seems.
I mean, jokes on you if you think the fans of the Korean teams will support each other. That part wasn't ever going to be the deal breaker. But there's still so many like great players and teams. If I was a Korean fan, like it would suck, but dude, when else are you going to get to watch potentially any one of these teams and players play in a grand finals at Inspire in Korea for VCT champions? Like that's crazy that you're canceling your tickets. Dude, yeah, you see that mosh? It's not a stress ball. It's just goop.
It was what you were calling for on Icebox, and yes, it eventually came out.
Oh yeah, the draw should be after today, right? I guess they haven't made a announcement about it yet, but I hope they're not jarring themselves. I agree. I mean, listen, playing so many matches, it didn't help. Well, it helped Gen G until it didn't. It helped Gen G until it didn't. So I don't. But here's the thing: I don't think it's so much the number of matches. I just think it's how quick the turnaround was every single time, and I really do believe that Gen G was trying their best to just having enough. You know, but just enough evolution each time, but it gets to you for sure. And also, listen, I mean, both Sentinels and Heretics just came out strong. It's two teams that always had the potential of having the prep to play against Gen G style. It is what it is. Oh yeah, you could tell the pressure definitely got to him. I mean, you could tell they were breaking down, man. How cooked is my pick'ems? I'm like almost scared that I'm not going to get the Gongi player card. That's 50% correct, right? I think I'm currently maybe below 50%. I really want the player card. I mean, the 100% title is whatever, but like that's cool. But I actually really want the player card. I'm gonna be so sad if I don't get the player card. No, not the player card. The buddy. Sorry, not the player card. The buddy.
Most regions had their struggles in the group stage. So, what's your evaluation of how group stage played out for you guys?
I think it just shows that everyone is good in this tournament. Anyone can win this. I think especially now, like anyone, it's just a free-for-all on who can win. But yeah, I'm excited we're the 1 seed that made it through.
정말 어느 팀이 우승을 해도 이상하지 않을 만큼 좀 좋은 저력을 가진 이 팀들이 여기에 모여 있다는 걸 다시 한번 보여주는 그룹 스테이지인 것 같았고, 그리고 1번 시드로서 이렇게 플레이오프에 진출할 수 있어서 너무너무 행복하다고 얘기를 해주셨어요.
You had talent going through in first. I mean, you brought that on yourself, man.
지금의 레비아탄 이대로의 경기력이라면
Who do I think is the favorite to win champs now? That's an interesting question. Let's talk about it after the match. Let's talk about it once the playoffs come through. The bracket comes through.
So in your opinion, do you feel like
That is a good question.
the full championship form,
But I
or
think-
there's still some work that needs to be done?
I don't think
I think first map, I would say no, but in that second map, that showed our true form. And
I don't
who
know
we
if I
are
have
as a team.
anyone
So,
new in
I
my
think we're here to
candidate
play.
list.
Let's go.
아박은 솔직히 잘 모르겠지만 이제 선셋 같은 경우에는 레비아탄이 얼마나 잘할 수 있는지를 보여줬기 때문에 당연히 우승 충분히 가능할 것 같다는 기분이 든다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면
We'll
이제
see, man. I am a little scared for Paper X, but I just the funniest part about this Paper X EDG match is that I'm pretting Paper X because I don't have enough faith in EDG. It's not because I have faith in Paper X.
Except for Trace Esports, because you guys were in the same group. Is there a team you would like to face, or prefer not to face for the first match of the playoffs?
Give us anyone. We'll beat them.
Good answer, dude. Dude, confident calm is some of the best interviews you can get.
어떤 춤을 췄는지 한번 승리의 댄스도 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. Lastly, Maddie told me that you guys had a dance party this morning. Now's a good time to celebrate. Show us what you got.
Oh, I'm not doing that right now. I can tell you that for sure.
That's how you get him to loosen up. That's a good one. That's a good one.
이렇게 레비아탄의 곰 선수만 남았습니다. Congratulations, Tom, once again. Good luck in the playoffs.
사랑해.
You don't think there's a real favorite anymore? I mean, I would say there's not a real favorite anymore. Quite frankly, even before with Gen G, I don't know if I would have said Gen G was like a hard favorite. It's just that on paper, like, you always had to give them a bit of an edge, right? But to me, the collection of, so previously Gen G, but now that they're knocked out, the collection of Team Heretics and Fnatic and Gen G were always in the group. I don't know why this looks like a FWG instead of... My handwriting is terrible. I think these three were always in my grouping of strong candidates. So I don't think this really changes. I actually think... no, I'm still not willing to put Sen up there in the group. Just because I think they'll be able to go far, but they would have to... They would actually have to just, like, weather the storm a lot, I think, to make it all the way to... Like, lifting a trophy is not easy. Lifting a trophy is not easy. It's not easy work. Just because you're good. Like Ander said, like, everyone, especially everyone that's left, is so good at this tournament. But... Yeah, I mean, I think oh, this is bright. I think Heretics beating Gen G, I mean, same with Sen, right? Both those teams where it's like, you know that they're good teams, but can they recover their mental basically enough to weather the storm? And I think both of them beating Gen G gives them enough of that to now be back in contention. I thought Heretics would. I thought Sentinels would, barely recover, but not enough. But I was wrong on, I was wrong for Sen. So. Yeah, listen. I think once the trophy lift happens and we all celebrate the winner, etc. Time passes. I think you look back and you still have to credit. Gen G a lot. I think it's the same thing with last year. Like, not to say that it's not to take away from the champions win or anything. Not to say that EG only, played well in the right moment. I think EG played very well, and they clearly had a very strong understanding of their own play, etc. But you can't possibly take away from Fnatic's accomplishments last year, right? I think it's going to be the same thing. The new level comp. That's a good way to put it, Nix. Genji was the Reyna orb for Sen and TH. That's actually so good. That's actually so good. They just devoured Genji, and now they're back in superpower form. Genji getting wrecked means no one can claim they're on the same level of 2023 Fnatic. 100% agree. 100% agree. I really thought a Genji Fnatic Grand Final would have been so sick story-wise, right? You know, 4 years in, we finally get our first like real battle for, you know, the GOATs so far. It's like 2023 best, 2024 best. Whoever wins, no dispute. Like, that would have been so sick. Ah, no matter who wins, that would have been the sickest grand final. Unfortunate. Unlucky. Oh, Genji is very influential this year. Again, Genji will always have to be... Listen, don't let anybody tell you that Genji was not, you know, one of the best teams in 2024. You could argue that whoever wins Champions is also up there for contention, depending on who wins. You know, if it's Sen, maybe they are the strongest team of 2024, but it's also just the style they played. It was so strong. It was so strong.
Break everything down, and wow, what a way to start things up. But honestly, with how big this matchup is, there's so much more to talk about here. So let's go ahead and dive into this, because
Calm only turns on his monitor for champs. Hey, you only need to do it when it matters. You only got to win the matches that matter. I like the champs EDG jerseys actually. I like the EDG ones. I actually kind of like the campy Heretics ones.
And now they found themselves back in this rematch that we've seen so many times before.
While their paths are pretty much the same,
I'm very excited for Ascension Pacific.
I think the path is
Especially now with the whole double limb change. I'm very excited for it.
We're faltering a little bit against Foot at the start there before
PRX for Sentinels. I think, listen, I'm actually a little scared that that's the matchup we're going to get.
So damn good right now. And it's just impressive that they were able to go as far as
and I think that would be an incredible matchup.
But no matter the path they take, it always leads
I think that would be an incredible matchup.
Every single time these two teams have played each other.
I mean, anybody. Anybody.
Their first international event all the way
I hope it's not PRX if they make it through, though. Because I don't think that would be helpful for TRX, win or lose.
And we thought that would be the flip where EDG popped off, went on these runs.
I mean, listen, 2024, if you're a fan of good Valorant, if you're a fan of like Valorant esports, you should really be looking at this year. I think we'll, especially as time passes, we'll look back on this year of the first like evolution of VCT play, right, where it starts to settle and a new step and a new direction is formed, right? We have a whole slew of cracked aimers that come into the pro play. You know, you have people discovering their own colors a bit more. You have teams that really tell you, but what is the best way to like standard, like what's the textbook of Valorant going forward? You think this was the worst year of professional Val of all time? I think it was a. Well, okay, hold on. I'm not saying it's the greatest. I'm not saying it's the greatest. I just think it's a very big turning point. That's my argument. I think it's a very big turning point.
That's the important part.
No, I say it all the time.
I wouldn't say it's the greatest. I don't know if I would say it's the worst, but I wouldn't say it's the greatest. But I think it's a great turning point. I think you look back and you consider this a big turning point. But we'll see. I guess there are a lot of asterisks. You're right, though. The 4-minute schedule. Yeah, there are a lot of asterisks.
I had two questions for you, actually. First question is, how do you maintain a friendly rivalry with them? And second question is, you faced Forsaken many, many times as well. Is there anything nice, you know, maybe a compliment you want to say to Forsaken as well?
我觉得跟他们每一次都很友善，就是因为在训练赛
What's that grin? Why is he grinning?
私底下就是一起玩游戏嘛，然后就感觉大家都挺友善的，然后挺有意思的。他们都是一群很有活力的朋友嘛。然后我其实如果对我来说，我想对 Forsaken 来说的话，就是希望能够呈现一场精彩的比赛，然后友谊永存。
And actually, no matter it's during the scrims or in private, they are super friendly and interesting people, and also they are so energetic. And what I want to say to Forsaken is like we want to present a beautiful matchup to all of you guys.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna. Good luck, Uncle.
There has been some strategic regression, I guess.
We get to watch EDG, and specifically Kong, he does present a beautiful matchup. The guy is.
I don't know though. Is that?
Is an X factor for this team.
Huh.
And, well, they're still chasing that top 4 finish. They're still chasing, the highs.
Yeah. I mean, if the stats back it up, that's one thing. But I wonder if it's.
This is an EDG squad that I think are in a position right now.
I wonder, is it a matter of the peak regressing? But
yeah, they're in really good form right now. They took a map over G2.
I don't know. Now that you put it that way, though, it is astounding how many teams forgot how to play against Breach.
What we've seen from the other CN teams, FPX making waves
for the longest time
to come out on top here and really have people remember them, and EDG as well making this somewhat controversial roster move to bench their IGL, pick up a brand new player, but thus far it's been working out quite well. I think Simon has fit into this roster.
To be fair, the patch timings were pretty bad this year. That is also true.
His time on this team at Champions.
It's always good when you have an initiator that can.
You think top 4 teams of last year would all gap the top teams of this year? That I would agree with.
But it's followed by a lot of good teamwork as well and good pacing.
I would agree with that.
Like they're kind of like doing things one by one necessarily. I mean, sometimes they do and they go big with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, we've seen this whole play of remove your IGL, not work out. So for it to kind of work out here is a pretty good omen for them.
Yeah, he's still kind of filling into the assistant coach.
I don't know.
Right
I mean, maybe I'm a little Pacific biased in terms of growth. But again, not necessarily the level of play being the best, but
I think reinvented themselves. They're a team that was sometimes
I feel like it's a very big lesson learning year of direction.
Like double duelist comps after they went out of fashion,
We'll see though.
Really relying a lot on Kong's individual skill, but I think they're showing an EDG that has really solid macro and also is playing a lot of these ideas that we've seen other teams from different
Yeah, I could be a little Pacific pilled on that front in terms of like improvement of overall understanding of the game.
This is an EDG that is
that's also fair. That's a fair criticism.
Be effective to find that top 4, that deep finish.
As you say that, I mean, we also see them playing the old
True. America's in EMEA, the consistency is out the window. That is for sure.
We're seeing like that
is for sure.
Viper, we're seeing the Gecko being used just to get that wingman, get that spike plan, and they're just running this, I guess, 2022 comp.
Yeah, they're doing that.
Maybe 2021 even.
They've also followed in the footsteps of FPX and are playing Clove.
Simon doesn't understand the assignment.
They have this weird mix right now of new Western comps, old stuff, and then the unique.
Does he not understand, or does he just not want to do it? They want him to fist bump the camera. He just doesn't want to do it.
It gets you in the action, a lot more fights, but it kind of does the same thing that the Viper does, but it's just allows you to enable more of these types of fights and duels that you want to take.
The Clove has so much agency in that comp compared to the Viper.
Oh yeah, well of course, we'll see what they end up busting out and as well as what the maps are going to end up being here. But for the time being though, we did get an opportunity to speak with Smoggy about the loss to G2 and bouncing back in this Omen player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的 Smoggy。我觉得2张图都是11比13，双方打得有来有回的，就是比较可惜吧。可能是因为我们赢了第一张图的原因，然后导致
First map's Icebox? Did they leak it on the main stream again?
那种快要胜利的感觉的时候，我们自己会去打断自己怎样去拿分的节奏。但是我觉得我们就是已经尽力了。
The one as well might be a bit of that false information. Oh, underhanded Simon is eager for the scrap. Let's come up with the one.
This new agent is a mid-range sentinel super similar to I saw your YouTube video.
And this is it, surely. The impetus to take away this.
I remember that one. We had our own fun crazy idea as well. I think we talked about it on my stream after I'd watched your video, and then we had talked about it. What was our idea, chat? Our idea was we were thinking about how crazy things can get, and we started designing an agent that that was basically the rubric of Valorant. And how could you make an agent that copies someone else's ult?
This is a team, and you heard from Smoggy there. This is a
oh, did we see the lobby earlier? It is Icebox.
Top of the mountain here.
Really?
And they have the capability to do it, but they feel like, Steel, that they are playing at their absolute best form right now. It did show in that G2 game, even though it was a losing effort. And I think if you are an EDG fan, you're still feeling quite confident about this team. Would you agree?
EDG is, yeah, I would say so. And one of the things I want to point out is from that interview, he was talking about how
Did
they were
EDG pick Icebox? Really?
One by one as they came in, and it's trusting that sort of process to be able to get to that next level. So, you know, this is going back to, do we want to look at these previous results against PRX, or do we want to look at how they are right now? Because if you're losing constantly, especially against a specific team, then you really have that time to digest what's going on. And
the rubric Silas. Yeah, no, yeah, we had on our stream with chat, we had thought about it was a sentinel, right, chat? We had a sentinel who could have a trap that could copy that could copy an opponent's ultimate. Honestly, though, chat, we cooked. It sounds crazy when you first hear it, but we actually went through so many iterations of that on that stream. I should have saved it. We actually cooked. 이 경기 끝나면 플레이오프 대진표 뽑나요? 아마 뽑는 걸로 알고 있습니다. I'm pretty sure they'll do the draw live after this match.
That they had to PRX. So I feel like they have to be coming in incredibly confident today. Losing those two close matches, there is a lot to learn from it against that G2 game, but still, I think.
No, I really liked it. Your idea, Anders. If you guys haven't seen it, you guys should go check out Anders' YouTube. Had a little. Anders had a very thorough agent design idea.
Early on, but we're able to bounce back in a big way against Foot when it mattered most.
And EDG played an incredibly close game versus G2. PRX got rolled.
No, Ryu, you gotta unlock your brain. You gotta unlock your brain. You gotta think of the possibilities.
Rip them to pieces. But it was a completely different story in this Foot game once they came online with that Sunset win.
So PRX looks to me like a team where if they're starting off slow, everything's falling apart because they are really good at causing that chaos and being aggressive and explosive in W gaming. But when they're doing like shift W gaming, it's a completely different story. And then when they get to playing against, when they got to Foot, even on Bind, they were steamrolling through. They got to like a 7-0 lead, and you could see.
Yeah, the original idea, basically the concept we had, chat, was basically you have a trip.
They overextend. They get the opening. They get their.
You have a trap that if you cross it, it tags you, and then the agent steals your ult. But then we kept thinking about, should you have the agency to pick whether you steal it or not, or should it just be an automatic steal? But you get a tag of who you tagged, you steal their ult, and they know that you've now stolen their ult. That was the idea we had.
I feel like to over-adjust and play kind of scared, play really passive, not take those risks.
W gaming versus shift W gaming. That's actually so good. W gaming versus shift W gaming is actually so good. If it was flawed ults, yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair.
I noticed from their Bind game against Foot is that they running that 100 Thieves comp with the fade,
well, then we had to think about, okay, how do you balance it? Because if you're stealing it, basically my idea was that your agent doesn't have an ult, right? Your ult is just empty until your trap activates, and then you get an ultimate. But then you'd have to decide, like, well, how many points do you give it? And at that point, maybe the way to balance it is, it's a scuffed ult. Who knows?
But for now, though, let's actually go ahead and check back in with Yinsu because she's standing by with Forsaken.
I've got Forsaken here from PRX with me now. I spoke to Kankan a little bit earlier, and we spoke about how even though you always play against each other and in elimination matches as well, it's a wholesome rivalry. You know, you guys are very friendly. So I wanted to ask you, how do you maintain that friendship on and off the server? Because he said that he felt like you guys are all very nice, energetic, friendly players, and he just wants to make sure that both of you play a good game today.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's gonna be a good game because we met them again and again since like last time. I mean, we always friendly, even though we always met each other in tournament. As long as Kangkang don't do this to us, we're good, you know? No beef. Yeah.
Is there anything you want to do to him, maybe, if he does pull that out?
Maybe if he do this to us, maybe something will do this to you, you know?
All right. Thank you very much, Forsaken. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Forsaken's such a nice guy.
On the topic of scuffed ultimates, imagine if you do have an ult stealing agent and it's scuffed ultimates, and the breach ultimate, all it does is knock them up in the air, but it doesn't stun them.
Yeah, PRX PRX has struggled a little bit.
Now we've lost the plot. We've lost the plot.
Champions final last year, but this is a matchup they're very, very familiar with against players they've played at every event. And if there was a game for them to step back up to their best, I think it would be this one.
What do we got for predictions, by the way?
EDG, they've just been too good.
I put EDG, I'm pretty sure.
No, Riot would never do that. Riot would never do that. Adding a debuff, like if you trip the enemy's trap, you actually now it makes your own abilities worse. I don't think Riot would ever do that because I think they would consider that anti-fun. Like an economy shifting agent? I mean, that'd be cool. I think that's very hard to, very hard to balance. It either gets broken or useless, but... You know who Smoggy reminds me of? Smoggy reminds me of a little bit of a Piglet from League of Legends, from the old SKT T1 days. I don't know if anyone else knows, remembers him. Like, he's got that vibe of like, no, I'm just good, like, whatever. Like, I don't care what happens. All right, let's see. EDG did pick Icebox. I don't know if they should have.
Is it doable? This, of course, is going to be your series
but
layout.
we'll see.
Sunset, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Lotus.
We start with two respective strengths for these squads.
And Sunset was left open as well. I mean, this is completely gone from my prediction, but it's also like...
PRX took this map over them, but
this is EDG basically saying our prep is really good, so you guys are done for, and if it's not, you're cooked. That's basically what it is.
And it looked like G2 also crushed PRX when it came to that Icebox map, but here, kind of like an interesting mix of maps here, hitting some of the strong points, but some also kind of like sleeper, not really the first top two picks coming out of here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of like tempo starts. It's all on EDG to set the tempo and let them control the pace of everything. If PRX can't get their speed, though, that's...
All right, predictions are up on Twitch.
Then it's going to be very scary for them, because if they lose that first map, which they've been having these really slow starts, losing that first map almost a foot as well, that is the scary thing for PRX.
EDG has some really good coordination on this map. The G2 series, I think, they had a great read on these deep fights, especially on their B executes, fighting through and stopping G2 before they could commit to that retake.
Yeah, so here's the thing is that I actually think...
They're playing this old style Sageless comp with the KO and the Sova in the mix, but
I think the switch to the Sova is going to be very good for EDG, but...
with that double initiator utility.
This is
can you stay patient enough is the big question for EDG.
All these angles. Sova as a Sova, single initiator here without having a Gecko or a KO to be able to clear out some of these angles means that Konga is going to be able to get that op up, and it's going to be very difficult to push him off. And even though that stage wall is in play from Jing, it's very difficult to actually get a whole lot of value.
Chat, we always do this, and it's on me because I do this a lot, but we're overcooking. Changes your gun into a shorty. That'd be so funny. All right.
This could get real dangerous for PRX really quick.
All right, folks, this is it. Final map of the groups, final match of the group stage. Who is
I just don't have faith that EDG is going to stay disciplined for the whole map, which is why I thought Icebox at some point devolves into a firefight. Icebox, it's just a map that will devolve into a firefight. I don't know if EDG can fight that temptation. We'll see though, because if they do, listen, if they were able to pull off this Icebox in a convincing fashion, then I'm actually excited for them leaving Sunset open as well.
At the same time, while the players on stage might be full of those excited nerves, snakes in their belly.
I will say them banning Bind is actually really good. EDG banning Bind shows that they've actually learned a lot. Because I hate that they leave Bind open and pick it all the time. Like when push comes to shove, they're like, well, I guess Bind isn't too bad. I'm like, no, your Bind like isn't that great.
I really am. There's contact caught by Smoggy. He's just going to get that information.
Anyway, we're going to watch this. I'm getting very excited about EDG's potential, but we will watch this mostly from PRX's point of view, as we have been for this entire tournament. Just a very straightforward snowman push all the way with the Sage Wall.
Worldy so far as a three-piece.
A bit overcooked, though. It's also not planned for you because of the way the Sage Wall is.
Try and force the issue. Nobody under immense amounts of pressure. 9 HP here. Fuse for Smoggy pushed off and away from it. Still lands a shot, but he's down on the 4
HP.
whittled down to barely anything enough for Forsaken to clean it all up.
And I hope we're starting as we mean to go on with that kind of pistol round. PRX took so much control over the site. Instantly, as soon as you see where the Viper wall goes down, you know you've got a brawl on your hands. And the flash didn't quite connect onto something.
I mean, this is straight up just a pistol setup from PRX, right? You know it's not going to be a full stack on the pistol round. You set up the toxic screen to delay any backup. You know, force them to have to re-clear the site as well. You put up the Sage wall, you can clear Snowman. They overheat a little bit, but you kind of have to commit to that at that point. 3-1-1 setup for PRX. All right, so the early 0 points are coming out on A. Not surprising, but good to keep note of. And then the recon bolt as well. So EDG, that's their go-to to check. Are you just avoiding the initial 0 point? I think they showed their hand a little early though with that recon. We'll see if PRX keeps tabs on that. Something has warmed up today.
Kankan responds there.
Yeah, but it's an anti-eco, so just set up the wall. It's an easy plant. Oh, Jing doesn't panic. That's good. Oh, Jing does great. Jing did not need to fight that. Stop it. Not in the anti-eco. Not like this. Don't. Thank you.
Comes through, collapses onto them.
Oh, yay.
3 surviving into the next as well. You can keep a lot of these guns going in for the bonus.
Yeah, not bad. And Forsaken only brought a pistol into this one.
Yeah, Vandal 2 Guardians, that's fine.
Heading into their bonus.
I mean, Jing didn't need to take that fight, but it's fine.
To speak on the map pool for a moment while we've got this small break in the action. PRX's map pool's really small. People are referring to it as the PRX map puddle, not the map pool.
The map puddle, that's good.
The fact that they've been allowed to get
their map pool is... Yeah, this is why... Here's the thing, is that their map pool is so small, so you know exactly which maps to counter, but it's also like... Do you really need to give them that confidence? Which is why I'm a little surprised about this overall draft from EDG, but it's a confidence play. So they're waiting for the initial util, right? But the recon bolt comes out separately this time, and then EDG does a slow creep out. Very good patience from EDG. Already some good mind games and variations right off of the eco. 0 point late into here as well, so you know it's not a full stack. So EDG, they're going to stay spread out. So PRX understands they need to start to get a little information. They need to actually pressure other parts of the map now. You also don't have a jet, so just trying to barrel through is not going to do you any good on a bonus. Granted, it is for rifles, so it doesn't really feel like a bonus.
Quite lucky to be walking away there.
Stream audio? Okay.
And there's no mid-smoke down from Mind Freak. PRX decided not to invest that one at the beginning. And
I think Saiju and Bren are just generally
okay, he's going to be covered over the top. That's Jing.
Softer.
Sure he's there with the rifles in hand. Kang, the punish. Already traded out. Simon, though. The lone survivor towards the back of the site, operating.
Huge shock dart from Forsaken.
Out again. Chichu, they control to contain, plug up the hole up through mid. Knows that the remaining 2 players are down onto this site, but want a hell of a task again to overcome. And into the post plan here for PRX. Doubled up. They'll be able to secure that one easily.
Where have I seen this before, chat?
Bonus round for them as well that they're just bringing onto the board.
And one where they had to audible pretty heavily. The fact that Mind Freak's holding onto his Viper's Orb at the beginning of the round, that indicates to me that they were going for an A hit, a full A hit, and then as soon as something died, right off the rip, they thought, oh, well, now we've got to pivot, actually. We can't just go into A. But this defense on A crumbled as soon as nobody got
Ding, ding, ding.
That kind of synced
Crepan wins a cookie.
Jing, at the same time as Mind Freak, taking out nobody, and then Kankan caught on the back pedal. EDG are going to have
another Sheriff. There is a Hunter's Fury, but probably not going to be used unless it devolves into the craziest fights. So PRX trying to keep note of, okay, is there any util? Is there a push out? Forsaken, good lurk. But this timing from Chichu is going to be huge. There's no way for PRX to know this yet. They'd have to be very thorough. PRX is playing so... PRX is playing so... Careful.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely a lot compared to the usual and the norm.
EDG has a good read, though. I mean, it's just the drone. There's no follow-up, so that's fine. But PRX, I mean, it's still an anti-eco, so the wall, Sage Wall is going to do wonders. Oh my gosh, no way. Oh my gosh. They actually get a kill off of it. They, oh, dude, what in the world?
Chichu
Oh.
Gonna be calling for the reinforcements and a double swing with the discipline.
This is a massive round from EDG. Okay, so first of all, PRX, like me, assumes that the Hunter's Fury is not going to come out. But EDG's already ready for it. They had already rotated. That's the thing that PRX needs to be able to pick up on. But it is tough since they don't see the mini-map, right? And the fact that, like, how are you confident enough to go for this Hunter's Fury play on an eco? Not only, I mean, it's early, so you can always make the argument that it's just like, it's early, you want to try to flip the script whenever you can. But the fact of the matter is they already had this, they already ditched A, and they hear this, so you know that there's people ready to pounce on a reaction from the Hunter's Fury. And I don't know if PRX is going to be able to piece that together.
So he can't just start running, otherwise he's an easy pick. So when Chishu jiggles like that, he's just
that toxic screen's a miss too from Devi.
Set up the double swing. He's just doing this jiggle to wait for his teammate to come with him, and there's nothing that Forsaken can do. He's worried about getting timing.
So we need to get right back into it. All that talk about the bonus round conversions, how much it matters and means.
The mold begins early.
It really does.
I mean, I don't think there was any reason for Devi to be up on the wall though against an eco. Dude, very different darts every single round, by the way. From nobody. After the pistol, 4 rounds, 4 different recons at the start of the round. Oh, EDG knows that PRX is not a team that's going to rotate. Dude, it's clear and then take mid every single time. PRX, and they have no information, so they can't actually piece this together other than by process of elimination. See if, I mean, Alex might be able to piece this together, at which point he should call an early timeout if it happens again. But we'll see. We'll see if they can scrape together enough rounds. Something's position's pretty good. The alarm bot is good as well. See if there's a creep around on the Sage wall. Something's crispy. Oh, good coverage from nobody. Okay, now you really don't need to fight him. 3v1. Jing can spot for you. Jing can spot for you. So can Devi. You know, they haven't made a pass yet. There you go.
Looking very well drilled. I was wondering if they were going to be able to carry that form forward. In the last series they played, that bind map, I was dead impressed with them. They were all in sync, working as a unit, and there's nothing scarier than PRX when they've got that hive mind going for them.
Oh yeah, I love me some slow-mo rotating kills.
And that wasn't just a solo peek from Smoggy. Smoggy and Kankang trying to swing together. It's not necessarily so that they can double face, but more so that they're trying to work off the distraction. Like, everyone focuses on Smoggy, and then Kankang gets in, gets one, gets out. It didn't work there, obviously.
It's an EDG timeout. I mean, they've lost too many rounds. Overall, the start of the rounds have been really good for EDG, actually. But then they're trying to delay. They're trying to delay with contact before the backup arrives, and PRX is winning, though. So, okay, off of this timeout, I wonder if Alex... I wonder if Alex tells him about why EDG is able to be so confident about these stalls, even though they're losing.
It's a mammoth task, but the best teams in the world... Gen.G, for example,
it is tough to read it without the full minimap. But if you're thinking about what they're going to adjust here, I mean, I think you expect them to start to just break the wall and go for flood retakes.
They are, but I didn't mean any disrespect to EDG as well with some of the earlier comments, because they have been making improvements. I mean, the
yep, it's finally the first gun-to-gun round. There is an operator, so that's something you would have talked about looking at the econ for sure.
Anti-stratting and the discipline coming together with the firepower.
It was so winnable.
It was. I mean, it was so winnable.
So PRX, they're going to try to fish for info on the operator, and if it's there, there's a good chance that they're going to rotate over. They're making sure they are starting to check for mid control as well. So this is something that PRX has talked about. That's huge. It's a good read. Kongkong's going to try to stay hidden as long as possible. Wants to get a kill off of it. Oh my!
Doing that one against the Jet. Good luck.
What in the world? Oh, okay. Oh, oh, jeez. I thought the sound of the ult pinged at the same time. I was like, what? How did he hit him? But he didn't. No, he didn't hit him. He didn't hit him. It was just the drone. It was just a drone ping. It's just the observer cam switching at the exact same time. That was insane.
Completely free A site here. Even enough time for Jing to...
I like the Hunter's Fury call.
And get set up.
Well,
You have res as well, so you can basically fight against this. Jing needs to be able to be ready to drop down and res someone though. Right? Get the trade and then res if you need. They're playing in the site because you have res, but this is your angles have to be good. Where's the trade? There it is. Nope. Nope, there it isn't. The rest of you are behind a toxic screen. What? PRX.
Might have been done. Mindfreak cut to the corner, close and personal.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's all falling apart for both sides. Oh my gosh, he runs it down with the classic. No time. Oh no. Oh no. And the up down.
Loses the operator as well. Absolute heartbreak for EDG.
All right.
Looked like they had another round that they were going to put on the board.
Good job, PRX.
What a recovery from those PRX players tucked there towards the generator. The retake was working. Yes, Jishu had fallen. They didn't have
The
access
retake
to
was
lockdown,
working.
But the trade-outs were working. And that's one where technically Mindfreak gets credit for the Red Bull clutch, but all he had to do was stay alive.
Yeah, he did. But he bought the time, right? Got the kills. But just enough.
The Kong would have had no time even if he didn't float. I was wondering if the float would have ruined it, but I mean, nice try. But every time it's an eco, right? PRX, they know that the Sage Wall is going to get them so much value on B. So we just keep pushing, right? You have the turret to watch for a flank, you're good to go. Draw out some of the util this time, so the adjustment is hey, let's not try to greed and plant immediately. Let's just see if they're already here. They are. We take the fights. Easy peasy.
Too lucky in that regard. Simon though, let's connect one straight to the dome on Forsaken. He's got a lineup for this.
It's a big kill.
That's not a good round for PRX. No, we take those for PRX, chat. Trust me, it is not a good round of Valorant, but boy, oh boy, a round win is a round win for PRX. I'll take it.
Lockdown.
Is he even going to get out?
Oh my goodness, barely there. But time will start to tick at this point onto the spike and Divide.
Surely no hope.
You got to think he wins.
He has one
this
chance.
Swings it out. Chichu, nice goal, but yeah. Very little chances there for Chichu to play with just because of that lockdown that was in play. 6-1 now, the scoreline. PRX really running away with his side of the icebox.
Simon does a good job there of even forcing out the lockdown, because otherwise that would have been an enormous tool to now contest within the rifles. But of course this is EDG's map pick and they're down 6-1. This is not a good way to begin. But EDG's defense.
I mean, I think having two people pass the toxic screen is where the mistake happened. You can have one guy just buying time in the site, but if you're gonna try to fill the site, you should fill the site. You know what I mean? You should be ahead of the toxic screen. Granted, this toxic screen is very well put, so you can't be ahead of it on the container. So good job for them. Good orb control from EDG. Jing would have heard that, so.
Autocracy bearing down upon EDG.
That's a big word.
They've been milked. The serfs tilling the fields. They can barely get enough money for their weapons.
I know that one.
The serfs tilling their fields. What a line.
Turret's going to get taken down in mid. It's Mindfreak. EDG now might have to pull a few more bodies here.
Okay, so PRX, since the timeout, they're always making sure that there isn't early control of mid. This is good. This is good from PRX. Not sure why he died to the snake bite,
to deny any kind of re-hit from PRX.
but he did.
Kong's gonna keep pushing up.
Yeah, you watch out for this angle. There was a 0 point earlier. Not sure if they would have caught it on the minimap. I mean, they could have, but not sure if they would have, because they were already thinking about executing onto the site. Simon's just playing for a delay, because here's the thing. You already have main control, right? You've got Kong over in main, so Simon, all he has to do is buy time. And then at this point, yeah, they were wondering, are you coming into A? Now you see the gunfire coming into green, so EDG's going to shift over. This is a good wall, but PRX knows they know they don't have this control. Oh, this round is done for. Divide waiting by the pit, making no noise is it's a bummer, man. That should not be happening.
First round where it really feels like they're in control the entire time.
Oh, did he get sprayed? I was only watching the minimap.
Still not going to look to invest the operator. by the look of things. 5 rifles on the board. Kakan didn't even really get.
I mean, it looked like PRX made a call to rotate, and they wanted Devi to basically cut people off from the pit, but they just ran out of time. They got stalled. I mean, credit where credit is due. Simon stalls them a lot in kitchen. It's very well played from Simon, and he's able to do that because they already had main control. PRX now a Blade Storm. You do have Pit, but it's not a full buy. Dude, nobody. Oh, this time he's not going to risk it. Okay.
Area of improvement that Orb tapped up forces something into the fight. Dash to try and
Yeah, deny that this time, especially with 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. They're just going to leave it empty, though. This is... So EDG, they're playing slow.
And the snake bite's been used before the shocks, before the plant.
So you need to cut them off before they're able to get the angle here. If something's going to stick around, needs to either fight screens or fight heaven. Okay, he's not going to. They're going to back off. All right, you're going to play off of the pit.
Lucia spam. It's going to be critical. Dash up and over. Onto the pipes. He's found it. Perfect accuracy, at least expecting it.
Dude, he right-clicked from that range?
Blade Storm here. Devi catching him. The 140 cleanup from Forsaken. Chichu left to do it all.
What in the world?
7-2 now for PRX.
What a recovery in the round from something.
Yeah, I mean, something saves that. Getting the insta-kill on Kong Kong is massive.
When PRX pit like that, they can't control angles very well. They can't stop the retake from taking all of that space. EDG barrel their way all up to pipes.
Dude, what are these sprays, man?
And still can't win it in the 5v3.
Dude, what is that right click?
Shout out to Grenma. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes PRX, they're way ahead on the memes.
I was seeing another pause in the timer. Which means one thing. Timeout. Or tech pause. Take your pick.
I feel like it's a tech pause.
Yeah.
I would prefer a timeout.
It would
it's a tech pause.
It's a tech pause. There you go. You don't get your wish.
And we'll find out what the issue is momentarily. Maybe we can guess as well. It's one of my favorite games to play.
Yeah. Guess who's got
PRX. I mean, overall, PRX have made just enough adjustments to EDG. So if I'm PRX, I think the good news is that, you know, it's not the cleanest Valorant in every round, but you're making just enough adjustments from the information you've gathered. So it tells me that PRX is keeping their eyes open, right? They're paying a lot of close attention to the minimap. They're running through the process of elimination. They're getting, basically, they're making the right deductions off of the info util coming out from EDG. So that's good news. Now, obviously, during a tech pause, you can't, like, discuss the game, but you can think about it on your own individually as the players and the coach. So mostly you're okay. And this time they make the same commitment, right? They don't make the same mistake of like, are we going to stay and fight ahead of the pit or not? They just all back out. You know, it is a little risky because of how the pit is, but
PRX that sent them that early exit, where EDG just bombed out of playoffs, right? And now looking to try and make it happen even in groups. It's like EDG, this coming into champs, they wanted that, you know, chance of redemption, I suppose, right? To try and build off the...
That's the things, though, is that EDG had a really good read against G2 because G2 was giving space. They're willing to just say, hey, Icebox gets scrappy, we're going to let you use your util come in, and then we'll just retake. But what EDG did against G2 was, first of all, they would creep up, they would shift W, so you didn't know that they were coming in, they would play contact, and then they had KOs to instantly... You basically had variants in how you can use their flashes to, you know, burst onto the site.
No, I don't mind that.
And at that point, and then what they would do is EDG would actually push the line of scrimmage on the retake. Like if it's A site, right? This is rafters. There's screens, right? They would push this just a bit further to make sure whoever's trying to stall, whoever's trying to go for lineups, gets denied. Like the lineups are getting denied nonstop from EDG. But that's not how you're going to play against PRX. Against PRX, once you on the attack, you have to fight them. They're going to bring the fight to you. So you have to be winning this defensive side, which is, or you have to be getting more rounds, I should say, which is not what's happening.
But they still highlighted, I think, as a weakness of them. And PRX are very good at exploiting teams like that, I think. That are not on the same
I wonder what happens. What happens if a player punches their monitor? Not that I don't think any pro player worth their salt should ever be doing that, even at home. But like, what happens if you get so mad that you break your monitor?
PRX decided
Are you
to get rid of their
disqualified
IGL and just have
for
a
bad sportsmanship? Like, what happens there?
Yes.
Or do you just pay the fine to replace the monitor?
The rhythm of the game, and whoever's feeling the reads on their opponent and the right reads for the moment can step up and call.
That is a weird. Oh, that's true.
It doesn't work for most teams.
You're right.
Chaotic.
It hasn't happened in Valorant, but it has happened in CS. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's probably just a big fine. It's an iffy area to like punish more than that. Maybe a suspension, but probably the team. It's more on the team, right? The team probably wants to do some sort of disciplinary action at that point because it doesn't look good.
It is PRX that actually most of the time are coming up with.
You get a new monitor when it gets capped at 6 years. That's good. That's actually a good rule. That's. But then your sponsors would get mad.
At the end of the first half of Icebox here, EDG not with a lot of money. Still some danger though.
All right. PRX, they just won that with the pit, and now they're taking slow contact. Oh, man.
They waltz their way forwards into the A site now, using the drone to clear most of
this this is why I would not, if I was EDG, I would not have picked Icebox, man. You're giving them the confidence. Now PRX is playing slow contact, like... I mean, it's all going south for EDG, and then you have to play them on Sunset, and boy, oh boy, a lot of good teams around the world have thought they can identify the weakness in the Sunset, and they do. The weakness of PRX's Sunset has actually been greatly exposed. You just can't capitalize enough on it.
That's a great peek. I love that one. The wall is so useful. It's not just a wall to get kills on top of, but Jing showing there that you can set up multiple double faces and unexpected peak timings.
After the win? After Mazzino's win? No, I haven't. I haven't been on Twitter since we started the stream.
It's round 11. They need this. Otherwise,
I mean, you have Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury, but what are you going to do?
Just started this many rounds.
Dude, Forsaken is 12-5-2. What a... I was gonna say something. I'm not gonna say it because it's only gonna fuel the fire. I don't mean it in that way, but I'm just gonna say for an initiator, a very good scoreline, a very good indicator of how they're playing it. He gets canceled. But it's ult for ult. It's fine. I do like going to mid here for PRX instead of just going straight into B. You still have a full minute. You could always go back to A. So pressuring mid, kind of stopping the rotate, gives you some options, right? To see how EDG reacts. Now, Kongkong's going to be pushing out of this, which is smart from EDG because they have no other information. And PRX doesn't know that, but it doesn't quite matter because they're already convinced. You're not hearing any further running in, so... Oh, that's a very overly confident position from Smoggy. This wall, guys. Jing. Jing. Why can't we just ever have a clean round?
Only the one tag though. Slow orbs through and out. There needs to be.
Why can't we just ever have a clean round?
These timings, trying to get quirky with it. Dash, active Jing.
What is going on?
Straight into them. Seeing glimpses here. The ancient way that China likes to play. Drop down, nobody seeking to deny this plan. Jing, the entire time being pushed to his limits with time. Going down now, but an extension for it. 2 versus 1 Devi. Try and shut this down.
They saw him.
Best chance and a long while by EDG, and they grasp it firmly.
Yeah. Listen, you can't say that the wall lost you the round. But you can say that it greatly reduced the chances of you winning the round.
Apart from his own team. So if he put it down properly, they would have had a much
Yeah, they would have had time. You would have drawn the Hunter's Fury out earlier. You could have played around the wall with the Hunter's Fury. Like, the Hunter's Fury was still there. So EDG would have still, I think you would have still denied the plan. But you would have had more to play around.
But EDG got one on
yeah.
chuckle there as well, and a light heart attack. That's what you're going to get in this game, I think.
Okay, well, you scrap it, you move on. Listen, make it a 9-3.
I
just... Oh, man.
Heart's going to be racing here, watching this.
Okay, nobody's going to try to play it safe. 0 point has been already used. So is the recon. So you know that you have a timing right now. No flash drives used yet for EDG, so PaperX should really keep note of that because you know that both the Silva and the KO are here. Oh, they've activated something. Go kill. They wanted to push through and try to pressure them. The wall's already gone up, though, so that kind of ruins any play against... Uh-oh. Okay. And look at this position. You have a full minute. You either need to re-clear B main or you just have to go A and you're just going to fight. Which, quite frankly, I think going A here is the play because then it's just fight versus fight. You have res, right? You just overpower him. Yeah, this is the play. EDG trying to play the map and you say, screw that. We're just going to fight you. That is an insane jump peek from Devi. But Smoggy's too good, or was too good.
Chichu alongside him will be forced to spectate. Kang in a 1v2. He's caught the time behind them, but still guns are trained on this.
I mean, they're taking 1v1s, and Kang's not expecting it.
9-3 is where we stand.
Forsaken has been playing such a good game.
Yeah, 15-7 and 3.
15-7. He's been getting
it's incredible.
And involved in so many of these fights. Able to play a little more aggressive.
Oh, it's just the typical PaperX game, chat. Why are we so surprised? In fact, this is much less scrappier than it often is for PaperX versus EDG, because EDG is actually trying to play Valorant.
We will get some time as well. The teams to discuss,
you know,
heading into the next half. We're going to send it down to the floor for a nice little interview.
EDG's trying to, out of all the teams, EDG is the one trying to bring the TAC into the TAC FPS in this matchup between the two teams.
Hello guys, I'm standing here with EDG's Gia from their League of Legends team, also 2021 League of Legends World Champion.
World Champion.
Our translation, of course, LPL의 슈퍼스타죠. 그리고 2021 월드 우승 선수인 EDG의 지혜재 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 보니까 색다른데 혹시 좀 발로란트는 하시는지부터 물어보고 싶어요. Now, you know, it's a pleasant surprise seeing you here watching the Valorant matchup. So, do you play Valorant yourself?
其实很高兴在这里看到你们，也来看比赛。那你自己平时会玩无畏契约吗
The cap is nice.
自己偶尔放假的时候会去玩。
Of course, at off days.
Okay.
I think the cap's pretty clean.
쉴 때는 한다고 하는데 그러면 랭크랑 좀 주체는 뭔지도 물어보도록 할게요. So, you know, what's his rank? What does he play? Tell me more.
能不能跟我们聊聊更多？比如说你的段位啊，平时玩什么英雄呢？
段位自己玩的比较菜吧，就是黄金水平。然后自己喜欢的英雄是瑞娜。
No.
And my favorite agent is Reina.
He's a Reina player. Another one bites the dust. A gold rank Reina player.
좀 이렇게 타이트하고 굉장히 리스크가 큰 경기들을 많이 치렀어야 할 것 같은데 지금 경기를 하고 있는 EDG 선수들에게 해주고 싶은 말이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, you've probably been through a lot of stressful situations where stakes are high. So
Trace plays cleaner Valorant, 100%.
其实你也是经历过非常多很多紧张啊、激烈的比赛的嘛，那有什么话想要跟 EDG 的选手说呢？
就在台下看他们比赛还是蛮紧张的，对，并且发现今天他们对手实力非常强，所以就希望他们能够加油，然后打好自己的。
Actually, I'm really nervous, you know, just watching them, and today their opponent is really strong, so hope they can win.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like. I can't imagine it's easy to watch as like a fellow pro gamer, but you're part of the same org, like watching an important match like this, because you know what it feels like. I've never really thought about that aspect. Is this considered a rivalry, even though it's always been so one-sided? It's a storyline rivalry, and I think you always knew individually that they were both very strong, right? They both are the top ranks of each of their regions.
At the same time, though,
it's kind of like how DRX and PaperX was always kind of a storyline rivalry, but for the longest time, you know, DRX just smoked PaperX no matter what happened. So.
EDG, dire
What's up, Sampith?
Chinese team.
It really is. It's a pistol round.
Peace, I saw that. I wasn't going to mention it, but...
Once more, broken
yeah, they've always been good games, too. It's always been scrappy, which is why I think, you know... I'm fine calling it a... rivalry maybe not the best term for it, but it is a...
Absolutely.
It's a very fun derby, for sure.
They're one of the best teams in the world on Sunset. super consistent.
So stack on B, you're just leaving this open. Dude, this turret is watching for mid.
EDG have been waiting outside B.
This way they can go for earlier rotates if they want for Paper X, just playing it safe in case someone has crept through mid.
However, returns to the
Right? So Paper X is very aware of the fact that EDG might want to play the map. The 0 point, dude, the timing of the 0 point into the hit is huge.
Seeks to equalize, only gets the one, but still plays for his life.
Yeah, it's complicated on Facebook between EDG and Paper X.
Nobody with a plan needs to be defended. Let's get it off, and Smoggy, who's the casualty, something still there, kicking, getting active, spraying away with just a few sheriff bullets.
Yeah, what's something's warm-up routine today? What's he done to start this hot?
Through here, a little bit of discipline, underhanded with the flash as well, but it's being punished in kind.
And then Forsaken's playing some of the smart. Dude. That's brutal from Divide, man. He's just constantly preventing him from peeking out as they slowly creep into the angle.
Momentum is entirely in the hands now of Paper X.
And that's also a recovery from a 3v5 situation. Quickly turned into a 3v4, must admit.
I mean, Forsaken dwindling the numbers was huge.
Control of that one. Their pistol round strategy, their idea actually worked. But you can see it on the frustration, the faces of Muggle and Haodong. This map, it's a blowout at this point. EDG don't even have enough money to be able to force.
Dude, I'm surprised.
They're looking like they're going to get absolutely rinsed.
Listen, I'm kind of glad I'm getting justified, though. I am surprised. It's not hindsight, because I said this in my video that, Icebox shouldn't get picked.
Bitter disappointment for their year.
Yeah. An attempt, maybe to bring down Mindfreak, maybe crack open the B side, but gonna retreat back to the corner.
And then now if they don't win the Sunset, it's going to look real bad, because you could have banned the Sunset. And I don't know if Paper X would have picked the Icebox. I think they would have picked the Lotus.
Forsaken with the swing. The plan was not held down. It's a round that escapes EDG once more. Perfect. Fallen to pieces before their very eyes, and you mentioned that.
The thing is it's like, but other teams in Champs so far have basically made the same ballsy moves or similar ballsy moves in the draft. I don't think any team has doubled down this much, but and it's worked out for them because their prep was good. So like, credit where credit is due. And here's the thing: is that the answer was G2 showed the answer on how to play against Paper X. Paper X has looked evolved in this matchup somewhat, but EDG also isn't pressuring them that much because that's not how EDG plays.
And just like Paper X,
it's not the same composition
at the moment within their region. Paper X are no longer the team you associate with Pacific as that big team. Gen G took that away from them and then have waltzed out of this tournament. But EDG already, I mean, Trace, for example, who EDG destroyed in China in their upper bracket finals.
Bulb's just enjoying the show.
Trace out of their group, #1 seed, straight to playoffs.
All right, I mean,
EDG,
the necessary timeout here from EDG.
They're 8 rounds down on their map pick, heading into Sunset, where Paper X have looked immaculate.
I think if you're Paper X, you wait for the only thing you should be afraid of is slow content. I don't think you give them that much space. I think that's the only thing you talk about here in this timeout.
I would agree with that.
I think you just say don't give them too much space for them to slow content and push you guys out and take the initiative, basically. You don't overextend, but, you know.
That's super true. But again, the reason I'm talking about this is because Paper X are on a 12-map win streak on Sunset.
I mean, the form is hitting, the players are hitting.
Can EDG maybe do it? They're good on Ascent. It's possible. But if you're getting this kind of a result on Icebox, I wouldn't be confident. Maybe the players will think otherwise after they take the break at the end of this map. But it doesn't look like that's going to be a long time.
Whoa, Soru, we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Running towards it right now.
Soru, it's just another match against EDG. Let's calm down. I mean, I think that'd be sick, but I think we gotta temper our expectations a little bit here.
Just an idea to get around on the board or bring them around back up. Which, like you said, is
that's so funny.
They're also heading into the maw.
This is Paper
Oh, a Fnatic-like comeback. That'd be sick. Oh, he's so quick. Dude, is it actually faster to swap to the Headhunter if you're Chamber?
head-to-head clash. And
There was that discussion when Autumn pulled that off on Bind, but looking at how fast something shot it just now, I think the double shot is still faster, no? Although I guess you have to stay scoped in, so that's always the trouble there. But there were some people saying that it is faster to swap to the Headhunter, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, see? Just don't give him the space. Just match him. You got long range, you match him here.
One more step. It's all they have to take to seal up the map.
Maybe it is harder to stabilize aim on the double tap. I don't know.
The players are firing, and now they're confident.
No, Maestro, don't say that. I'm so sick of the RX matchup. I also don't think it'd be good for DRX. I mean, DRX probably wins that, but
everybody else on his team forward to play off him. I think that's the noise the EDG fans are making as well.
Yeah.
Just a.
It's me when I spot a spider in the bathroom. just a squeak.
And then they hold green again.
I had it already,
but this time they've got much clearer information. Dude, something is on one today.
And he's sharp, he's locked in, you can tell, man.
This is flashbacks to his debut match in Pacific last year. Like, dude is just taking fights and taking names. It's crazy.
To end this entire map here and now. Hunter's Fury pushes them through. It's straight up the gut, in through mid. So much uncertainty, you cannot stand your ground. 13-3. It's domination. It's a sweep.
Yeah, I think something just had enough.
For Icebox.
PRX crushed EDG in front of their whole
yeah, we can set up Twitch chat on the screen so even YouTubers can see the Twitch chat. We can set that up. I think probably for watch parties, I don't think I would ever probably do that, but we'll see. I'll set that up.
Second map of Sunset. What hope the EDG even have?
Well, it's definitely faster from the operator, the Headhunter, but the frame data. Oh, Chan, I want to play 2xKO so bad. 2xKO looks so fun. Hopefully the next wave of access I can get in. I've already got my off season lined up. We're gonna grind some Valorant. We're gonna grind a lot of Stormgate. We're gonna play some 2xKO. The more I watch and play Stormgate, the more I'm actually enjoying the 1v1 aspect of it. Listen, all the criticism around the campaign and stuff is fair, but the 1v1, I do hope. I mean, it's probably the thing is audio feedback, like audio and visual feedback on like damage and stuff is oftentimes that's going to be the last thing that comes in. But I do hope that gets fixed as soon as possible because I think that'll add a lot more to the game. But anyway, maybe it's drunk peeking, like a drunken fighter, a drunken aimer. It's very FGC hardcore. That sounds kind of nice, though. I mean, I'm not a hardcore FGC guy, but I respect it. Do you play Warcraft? I've never actually played Warcraft 3. I've never played a single minute of Warcraft 3, actually. So I was very excited to try it for Reforged, and then we all know how that launch went. So I was like, oh, maybe I won't. Oh, new player adoption is going to be 0? Wait, it's that hardcore? Wait, but the controls are pretty... Oh, but the thing is I feel like tag fighters are harder for newer FGs, like newer players to grasp, though. That could be what's killing it. I think, but I wonder if it's a matter of... the entry barrier is low, but like the immediate first jump up is really hardcore. I wonder that could be the problem. Is that like trying the game could be easier because the controls are straightforward, but not even like trying to get to the top, but just the immediate next jump could be already pretty hardcore, and that could be the concern for new players. Oh, block patterns and stuff. Yeah, I'd have to try it. I mean, I think I would be a good test bed for that, right? Because I've played a little bit. But, you know, I didn't grow up with FGC. I'm not hardcore on it. I've grown to enjoy it. That's true. The 2v2 team angle, yeah. I mean, listen, Riot knows what they're doing with setting up e-dating scenes, man. Riot was always going to be Tinder's greatest rival. They know what they're doing. Riot probably doesn't like hearing that, but it is true. Yeah, I'll have to see. It's always a big question though of like, is it hardcore people thinking it's too hardcore, right? Because like at a certain point, like you could argue, you could tell casuals all about how much the frame data matters, and the casuals simply do not care, right? So the viewpoint can always be very different. Have you played League of Legends? I started with League of Legends in esports. Not the first game I played, but I played League of Legends religiously for like 8 years. But I have not played it in a very long time. Still play some TFT though. Yeah, I've never actually properly learned a tag fighter, so I'm interested. I played a little bit of DBFC and a little bit of MVC Ultimate, which apparently that wasn't the game to try. And like I've always thought the concept of tag fighters were cool, but there's a whole extra layer to it, so it's always been a little daunting. Yeah, going back to the Stormgate while we're on break, for anyone interested, the Celestials, so they basically nerfed the Morph Core. So the flying ball that was enabling all sorts of rushes for Celestials, all sorts of cheeses, that's like ruined now. It does negligible damage to units. And then also the way that they can set up their like turret, they have a race faction ability, the top bar ability that it's called Sovereign's Watch. You turn your buildings into a turret. Now you can only use it defensively. You can only use it next to a collection array, one of your mining buildings. So that, I mean, Celestial players are crying that it ruins their faction. I don't think that's true, but it definitely shut down all the cheeses.
We can bring the trophy home, but how is it they're able to pull off that performance? And
the Kree was giga nerfed too.
Playing like that, Alex, it's time, right, to be confident about this tournament.
I mean, we're gonna try, but how do I put it? I think, yeah, we have to clear this game first. We need our lifeline back. You know, we wanna make sure that we go into some kind of upper bracket where we can like mess around a bit. We just taking one step at a time.
And you happy with that performance?
Yeah, of course. I'm delighted. I thought it would be a closer game for sure.
All right, best of
yeah,
luck.
I didn't expect it to be a blowout like this, but I also didn't expect EDG to be happy play to Icebox. So
I was expecting EDG to come out of the gate swinging over here, but
yeah, no. For anyone interested in RTSs, I would recommend checking out. There is a blog post on the Stormgate website alongside the full patch notes that Monk, the lead balance designer, has posted to explain their thought process behind the patch. And it's actually very, very comforting, the direction they're taking and the thoughts they have around balance. It's always going to be tough. You're not always going to be happy about all of it, but it's actually very comforting. He says some really good things about, like, for instance, you know, cheeses and strats, like, even if there is a counter to it, if it requires, like, way too much knowledge or it requires just one specific build, like, they don't want that to happen, so that's why they wanted to nerf it, but obviously they're open to, you know, things being available. So if you're interested, if you're, like, looking forward to trying out Stormgate, I would definitely check out that blog post just so you know what the balance idea is here for Stormgate. I will also say, listen, we'll probably stream it more in the coming days and weeks, so we can talk more about it then. But since we're out of the match right now, I will say I agree with most people that if you're interested in the competitive aspect of it, like the 1v1, watching Stormgate, things like that, I think you should absolutely give it a shot as soon as it goes free to play in a couple days. I think that's worth giving a shot and sticking with, right? And having fun in the early days of an RTS where there's no meta. But if you're more interested in like the lore and the campaign, like I think you can wait. I think that's fine. Because right now you are going to be a tester. That's basically what it is, legit early access. I would say the 1v1 is still being tested as well, balance-wise and everything, and like graphics and audio feedback and all that. But you know, if you're more interested in the 1v1, then you're not going to mind as much. But if you're more interested in like the campaign, then it's okay to wait. It's like similar to like Hades, for instance, right? When it first goes to early access, like some people will say, well, if you're interested in like the story and the presentation of it, like you could wait until it gets cooked a bit more. I would say the same thing for Stormgate. Co-op, I'm not entirely sure. That seems half and half.
Or are they going to get a little bit complacent, a little overconfident, and start?
You've been messing around, Anders? I mean, it takes a lot of time. I've been. The big reason I really haven't had much sleep is because on top of watching this VOD reviewing, I've been playing Stormgate, and the combination of all of that is it's very detrimental to your health. Yeah, if you're more interested in like the user maps, the custom maps, and the campaign, like I would say I would actually almost recommend waiting, right? I think there's hope. I think you should look forward to it, but I think you should be fine just ignoring the FOMO initially.
Let's go ahead and see what's going on over at the EDG campus. We have Muggle standing by with Yinsu.
I don't know. I'm actually pretty addicted to Stormgate's 1v1 mode right now.
And Luna to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Sunset is a map you probably could have predicted. PaperX, they love to play this map. So what kind of preparation
With Genji's exit, does Pacific has hope for champions? There is hope, but I don't think there's a team from Pacific that you could argue is a part of the strong favorites. I mean, DRX looks strong, but again, like I'm trying to make sure I don't get recency bias on them. Like I don't want to get too ahead of myself. So.
但是我觉得他们打的我们每一次都会跟别的队伍不一样，所以我们觉得，也许这个可能更重要的是临场的调整。
I think we have already predicted that, but target on their hobbies on that map. But we also feel that they always change their strategy when they faced against us. So we maybe just
That's also
deal
true.
with our instinct reaction.
PaperX does play a little bit differently against EDG. That is true, but I think it's because they're confident that they can win the fights.
Interesting that he says, they changed their strategy because honestly, they just kind of hit A bunch of times. So I don't know. That makes me a little concerned a bit still going into Sunset.
I mean, Sunset, you can reset everything and change whatever didn't work on that first map. You can be like, well,
Is Stormgate faster paced than StarCraft 2?
Let's throw that out the window and go back to what worked
yes, especially after the balance patch.
Again, with this comp, this stage comp is also
The early game moves a lot faster. I would say I'm actually to the point where I would be a little concerned that it might be too fast and they might be scaling it back a little bit. Because of the way that
and that wall is such a powerful tool to block up the
okay, so the early game, it's faster paced because you can tier up a lot faster. You can tier up really fast. Well, I guess StarCraft 2 at a certain point became too fast, so no, maybe not. I don't. To me, it feels like there's more to do early on because of the creep camps and everything, but in terms of like battles and stuff, it's not faster paced, if that makes sense. Right? I think there's more options for you even as a newer player. Right? It's not like, oh, like I build this and I wait. It's that part's all gone. And I know StarCraft 2 went through a whole phase where that was like too much, but
after getting stomped on map 1. If EDG can't
yeah, I guess I'm gonna amend my comment. It's not faster paced, but
with another disappointment.
Like there is a lot more agency in the beginning. I'm running Infernos already. Yeah, we can talk about it after the match, like a quick basic Vanguard build.
Yeah, it's a mountain that they're going to have to climb, isn't it, here for PaperX when they're looking like they're
I mean, the other thing is with Stormgate, guys, is that it's so early that there is no set meta, and the balance patch was actually really big, and it's actually, I think it's a very good direction, so we'll see how things shake up. But for now, we can talk more about it after the match. We can spend some time with it. And let's dive into the match. Sunset. EDG. Confidently leaving this one open. Big question mark from me. Banning out the bind. Also an interesting choice. So I don't know if PaperX would have picked it, but I guess they didn't like how they played it, which, to be fair, I was never a big fan of EDG's bind. But anyway, PaperX, it's going to be 4 half armors. They're doing their classic setup in mid. Denying mid control right from the get-go.
Now start moving together.
And A site, they're willing to just take the flank. Oh, Chichu. Okay. He needs to just spend time to stay alive. Yeah, he's going to have to use the Cyber Cage. You still have a trap wire here, though, so your teammates are relatively safe. I mean, Chichu could really just hold here. The spike never made it in.
Nobody has the spike, though. They can't even get themselves on to plant this
one.
Fast fight once more. Something's into the fray.
Oh, dude, Concom stayed alive for a long enough time, but this wall...
Let the plant get close.
Yeah, this is a little concerning for EDG. It's a very fast rotate from PaperX after they get contact in mid. This is the wall you always have to worry about, right? This is the wall you have to counter if you're going to go A.
Got no chance in that kind of position. They pushed Chishu so far back, He will never get that timing to lurk behind them before PaperX have initiated the retake. And even so, they fight the pre-take before the plant is even close. Like you said, it was on nobody, and he was bringing it in way later than the rest of the team.
Miles away, right?
That is a beautiful pistol to run against a team that likes to 4-1 all the time. And you look at this map.
All right, I mean, for PaperX, great first round. You know, you pressure mid, you have a fast rotate, you remind them that A site, you better be ready to take the site and push out, because otherwise that retake, the flood in from PaperX is going to be too strong. And quite frankly, I don't know what EDG has to really prevent that, right?
In Shanghai.
The Silva KO is not the strongest build against it. The Neon a little bit, but...
EDG might just be stunted and stopped in their tracks.
I don't know if Chichu saw all four. He might have only seen two, because I think they were already, like, here when he got spotted. Although I guess they chased him through.
A flash and a swing. Through and out here with a util. Doors opened up wide. And players dropped in their place.
I mean, there's not much for me to say from PaperX's point of view on this one so far.
Nice and healthy bonus.
Yeah, not bad by any means. EDG, even if they get into post-plant positions...
It does feel like nobody didn't know he had the spike, though. I agree with that, because nobody looked like he wanted to keep this position to deny this. Which, again, on the pistol against the Sage, like, that tells me that you haven't really prepped against PaperX, because they're just going to wall this off. So, I don't know. Anyway. 2-1-2 from PaperX. You got to judge on something. That's the big one. He's going to be holding elbow here. Only 2 rifles, so PaperX is looking to hold close. Oh, that cam's going to deny any sort of push out, but this makes PaperX pretty comfy. They're even going to fault line to clear the cam, so that really denies any options for EDG to come B or come A, right? They're going to have to spend a lot of time re-clearing like every part of this. They have to re-clear this, they have to re-clear this. And then Forsaken pushes out mid. I mean, PaperX is playing.
Who was there? Forsaken definitely overstaying himself, but slow orbs lay
Let's
it
hold
down
my tongue.
B main. EDG
I was going to say they're playing very good Sunset, but I was thinking he was getting a little too aggressive.
They can take their time with this one. The longer they do it, the more risks that PaperX themselves.
I like the door close, and then the re-clear on mid, though. That's good mind games, right? Make them think that you're just looking to hold B, and then you just push in. Now, PaperX assumes it's a rotate because it's so slow. This is where there's a bit of a miss, but oh my gosh, Mindfreak isn't cleared. They have no idea. Jing is buying so much attention. How many does he get? They're all moving. He doesn't have control. Oh my gosh. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, he should have gotten 3. He should have had the... If he had a Vandal, he gets 3 there. Or a Phantom. But it's a free double kill.
So life into the round here for PaperX. Dizzy up and over through the window, but no connection, no acknowledgement. VIT is there. Lovely movement from Kankan. Sidesteps the bullets.
Listen, I'll give it to him. He had the Bulldog. I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. He played it very patiently because he had the Bulldog. He didn't want to goof it up. I actually think he would have actually been better off bursting that. Actually,
don't really want to be saving the judge either.
Spray transfers on the Bulldog are
with Mindfreak. I think if he hadn't had
insanely
a Bulldog,
hard.
Serious chance that he could have gotten 3 there rather than 2 in that kind of position.
Oh, Kong, you do not. This is not a match you want to ego, man.
Surprise.
Good economic impact there.
Yeah.
Fairly early on. Already.
I mean, something had nothing to lose. He was going to die to the spike one way or the other.
I'll be hoping for an extraordinarily different result.
Oh, you can't be doing that, dude. How does nobody check this?
None of them thought at all. But the thing is, once the first 1 or 2 people have gone in, the others just don't even think to check spots like that, because why didn't the people at the front do it?
Exactly, and also, I mean,
it would have been clear
earlier.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Divide.
Okay, so now they ditch mid.
Of course he does.
There's a lot of players.
And he has an op. So they're going to set up the op on B.
Tripled up. Tagged up by the 9.
Does EDG have a read that it's an op? Devi's been opping a lot. He's become the main opper.
Maybe for something, if I tag the
something's the go kill opper, but Devi has become like mostly the primary opper, I feel. Which is good. Devi is opping and was very good. He was always one of the better oppers on this team. Devi's just too good.
Clean from EDG.
Yeah, they really need this. Credits on Kong, nobody, and
But PRX, they basically had to give up on B main, so now they're watching mid again, which is good. Again, very, very good spread out, right? You ditch mid, you're trying to get hard control of B main, you don't get it, you get pushed back, so now you're watching for this. You try to counter the smoke, make sure that they're not creeping into A, so now you re-clear this. All this movement is very, very solid from PRX overall, from their POV, right? All things considered. Now, EDG, yeah, it's once again that Shift W Gaming coming out this time properly here on Sunset, now that they're starting on attack. Oh, I love the showstoppers. He gets flash, so he has to back out. But it denies the easy entry.
No casualties, a slight pause being called here by EDG.
And Mindfreak just sprays him down.
Anyway, shots missed. EDG, the feed is filled up with red. Making sure to grasp these chances. Jing still managed to slip his way in through the back. Sharp as anything. Precision is on the display, and time.
That's not going to bounce to where you want it to bounce, my friend. But it buys you enough time, I guess.
Up to these players. Jing working his way around, and Chichu covers.
A rare Devi op miss.
Really bizarre. I do like the call from EDG to go for a re-hit as soon as the showstopper was baited
No,
out
EDG makes a really good call. They slow contact again after the showstopper.
Forsaken, I think he just didn't hear Chichu barreling back towards him, throwing cages at his back and all sorts.
I mean, in the chaos of the situation.
If Forsaken had just taken a breath there and turned back around to deal with the lurker, maybe that's a different round, but EDG will be super happy to get that one on board.
Okay, so now on an eco, PRX just gonna push out as 5. I'm fine with this. Take orb control. Who took it? Did Devi take it?
See if they can get a cheeky kill.
Something did it, right? Something took just as dizzy. Okay, clear and re-clear. EDG is going to play re-clear as well. PRX is being very mobile. They're trying to also try to just get ahead of the Shift W Gaming. It's not bad, but so now that you've put in the thought that okay, it could be another flank. Smoggy this time going to make sure that the wall doesn't go up for free. It is also weapons against pistol, so EDG should be fine.
Because that trip's always going to give it away. They might try it at some point in this half, but it will be watched.
Oh, that's lovely control. Kind of holding the line towards the back of the site, ensuring that nobody can cross past that boundary.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. EDG's doing it. EDG, why do they...
Hello. Giving up guns.
Yeah, this kind of damage is not great for EDG. This should have been their round.
Chat, this is why I favor PRX in this matchup, by the way.
Still take the round, of course. PRX will be happy with the rifle.
Just so we're very clear.
Too much damage. EDG players can still buy. It's not a big issue. So they take...
I mean, they can buy, but there is also just... no reason to give them world points and creds.
Early on here. Of course, they'd have loved the pistol round as well. But in terms of getting
you know what I mean?
cemented, shaking off all of the horrors of Icebox and leaving it like a bad dream
I don't know.
them in the past. They've now secured as many rounds as they did in the entirety of that map 1. And the players, I think you can see...
Well, it's not like he's close to his ult. Like, it's just...
Yeah, they bounced back nicely.
Yeah, he was
anyway,
with the ecos there. He's got to do that with rifles online as well.
Once again, it's the same setup. Ditch mid, set up B main, try to pressure him.
Round 6.
One way for orb control and dizzy. So early main control, it's early main control on both sides, just to funnel them in, and then PRX is relying on the fact that this is their basic routing setup, okay? And then you end up on B. You always end up on B. This is the idea from PRX. That's what they're sticking with. I don't know if the fight on B is looking rough, though, because the thing about the B setup with the Omen and the Sage is that you're really good at delaying.
Will be another round for EDG.
Go for the ninja. Go for it. This trip's going to ruin it, but do it anyway.
Way ahead.
I mean, he has to save, but you know what I mean? Is that, like, you should be more just, like, fishing for initial information. I mean, with the op, sure, you try to set up the op, but... You should just be looking to delay here.
Do that all the time, of course. The null command.
Because you're not holding control of this either. No one's closing the door or anything. So giving up mid entirely. I think what they're trying to do is if it's a pinch, we fight this and push out. Which, by the way, that's how you should have played the bind, right? This is something we saw in EDG's bind, is that it's generally a pinch. So you should always push out instead of giving the side. Wow.
He just moonwalked out of there.
That's ridiculous. Houdini level plays.
He's been learning from something. That was the some swing to save. What's going on there? The save swing.
They might be able to buy up around that one.
Yeah, you definitely call the timeout here. This fight for B main, I get where it's coming from. You want to push out, you just give mid. You don't want to fight mid except on certain rounds. So you don't want to take the risk. I'm okay. I get the idea, but it's not working out.
How has Forsaken got such a powerful aura that they don't even shoot at him?
I don't know.
I need to get that in my rank games.
They just weren't expecting him there, not too sure. But this is 4 in a row now for EDG to get us back on track here with the game at hand. And we said, you know, we're going to need to see that strong opening from EDG themselves on a map.
I think the A main clear into mid is fine, but I think you need to, if you're going to do that, you need to close the door early on mid. It's a big tell, but the tripwires really ruin it though, right?
A really important asset to
The
have.
G in Smoggy
What does the second G stand for?
is for goat.
The foot, oh, it's goat goat.
It's goat
Goat.
Small goat goatee. Of course, lovely.
I mean, there is a G, 2 of them.
Yeah, PRX are in a bit of a tough spot here. They haven't been able to play their
The re-clearing mid is just for your own good, right? You haven't been able to pressure the flanks. You don't really have util that can clear these early. You don't have shock darts. Yeah, you have the raise, but it's not great.
But ever since the pistol round, Jishu's been extremely cautious.
Okay.
He hasn't been taking very much.
So it's a trap play on B. And look at this. This is going to ruin all of it.
EDG are showing really good
Only the Omen. Oh, that's a little funky though, isn't it? EDG has a good read on that.
They're also showing, I think, good awareness of how PRX wants
Dizzy to check A main. So already EDG knows that it's a different default setup. But PRX, they're basically saying, hey, B's been getting hit hard. Let's not give it up for free. Let's set this trap play.
I don't like this though. It's very
Someone has to clear it, and hopefully it's not Jing. Okay, Mindfreak's positioning is a little telling. So now they just now they just push out. I mean, EDG has read this like a book. They know that something's fishy, so they keep reading into it. You do get the showstopper, which is huge. So now the retakes are really good. You got Thrash, you got showstopper. You can bring around back if you're PRX. Something just has to, just don't give up this aspect, because that's what you guys work off of. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but I don't know about this. Oh, he's gonna. Oh my gosh! Oh no! Oh no! What?
No bullets landing. How does he? Simon comes to his rescue. PRX willing to try and fight over this one. They don't want to give up this territory, and with the doubled up discipline, showstopper round and abound. That's a kill. Claim for Jing. Anyone's killing
Oh
here,
man!
Looking like it, but PRX just
Classic
swarm into the
PRX.
site.
It's an absurd spot to go for a Thrash.
Yeah, I cannot believe he goes for the Thrash there. I mean,
got the Thrash time in perfect. Didn't get the follow-up. Team bailed him out. And crucially, another point to note. While we were talking about,
I mean, the result is as we suspected. The process, not so much, but
get the showstopper online.
yeah, the ults go for the retake.
I don't really like that trap play because it very
I
rarely
just
results in kill.
this though, nope, didn't see that.
To get the ult, to use that really importantly to be able to come in here.
And Simon's like, oh, dude, I gotta keep him alive, man.
2 massive ultimates used though, and PRX still trail by 1. We couldn't kill him here. Yeah. What the hell?
Just disbelief. I mean, I was
Okay, but you use that round to reinstate it, and you go back. Yeah, I was hoping that they wouldn't keep doing that because that's just a trap play. So you stay, and then you reset onto A, and then they used Forsaken on B. So this is what they talked about, that you want to just straight up delay on B, right? You have the long range with the fault line, so Forsaken's a better pick rather than the Omen and the Sage on B. I like the adjustment. They talked about it. They found the solution.
They had so many players there. They 4-stacked the site. The EDG decided
Now, next round, EDG's probably gonna... What's their money look like? They should be okay, right? Yeah, for the most part.
Into trying to take that fight through A main precisely.
I mean, EDG, I think, thought about it one-dimensionally. I think they thought, once again, it'll just be an A stack or something. But this is PRX thinking 2 rounds ahead. EDG's probably, now with guns, probably looking to clear mid this time, putting some extra pressure on there again. This might be the time where they actually push all the way to top mid. So I think PRX will have to watch out for that. So they're going to close the door nice and early. That's good.
TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this one before. I remember EG pulling that this year.
Yeah.
It was an op in the hands, though.
I think they actually Omen teleported on top of the box to off it.
Oh, Smoky!
I mean, they heard it. They knew it. Mindfreak just looks away for a second.
Res is online,
Res. I mean, Res use, that's fine. You still have A main control.
The disadvantages that came about from that.
But
did you just reopen the door?
Divide doesn't have it for the retake. So if EDG get the plant,
they're going in for it.
I think he closed it again, but... Oh, spike down is huge. Lots of delay. Makes it a 3v3. You do not have anything to really work with. You have full Gecko util, though. There's Hunter's Fury on the other side. That's something that PRX is going to have to consider. Nobody's going far back. He wants to play with this ultimate. So you have to push the tempo. You don't have your wall anymore. There's no slow orbs. You just have to fight for this. Smoke to deny one angle. Okay, you've drawn out the Hunter's Fury nice and early thanks to the Mosh. That's good. Okay, still cover one of the angles. Mindfreak has to start pushing up.
Ensuring that they can try and get this defuse online. Something with the wingman broken.
What in the world? Oh my!
Something sticking and defended entirely.
what a fumble from EDG there. PRX, that's the game they want to play. They're so practiced in those retake scenarios, but they didn't even have the Sage Wall.
If I had a nickel for every time a Pacific player aggressively jumped into a smoke to help clutch the round, I'd have 2 nickels, but it is funny that it happened twice.
So they have enough ammunition to work with to spam.
There it is.
There is it. There it is. Aaron, what are you doing? Like, why was he looking away, though? Why was he looking away? Like, why? Like, your one job was to just stay on that wall the whole time.
They do sometimes pull things from prior rounds, but PRX have been just winning the last 3, so got to assume it was something based on that. But that is, yeah, that's.
Why don't pros swing earlier when enemy's crosshair placement is ruined?
Their opportunity to play things their way.
Like if you know that you've shaken their crosshair with like utility and stuff. You always got to consider that there could be trades.
One of the problems was
sometimes it's sometimes it's a lack of confidence, but
you get these big 5v5 post plants happening over towards B. The retake smoke that Mindfreak threw there is not that powerful because you just smoke it off yourself.
well, with the Gecko Flash, the thing is if you like, let's say you throw it and you just swing immediately with the Gecko Flash.
Just so you can get in
is that because of how it charges up, you don't actually know 100% that their crosshair is ruined unless you hear it charging up, right? Because maybe they're just hiding from it. So it's a risk. The only way to guarantee that you're always going to capitalize on the crosshair displacement is if you swing with it instantly. But then you have no idea if they're going to have more than one person there. So I mean, Gecko Flash is honestly the worst flash to like try to always immediately swing off of on your own. It's great to pair with other things, which is why it works great with things like Guiding Light, Widley, or things like that, because now you have guaranteed crosshair displacement.
Do like to cook. Jing.
What's up, Steve?
Drone's been broken. Kang expected the
Oh,
swing.
look, the slow creep up after the timeout, and now watching for mid. That way you can always re-clear mid. This is good. And also after the timeout, EDG suspecting that it could be a mid push out, as PRX often has done.
These are the kind of plays. These are the kind of plays I hate from PRX, though. That is just such a waste of an ultimate.
Smelling a timeout being called from PRX's side.
Which makes no sense because they've won 3 in a row.
But just to rein it in, get a bit of discipline back into the ranks.
These two guys.
Here,
I mean, I'm glad Sideshow's calling it out. It is like that Rolling Thunder wasn't good, right? You had no basis. You just wanted to clear it. You wanted a cheeky kill. You still had the wall up, I guess, so you're just banking on it. But
lines it up.
And they might still win the round just because they're all goated, but... Okay, Smoggy winning that is huge, though. With Divide being dead, Elbow being given over, surely not. Hey, you know what could be really good here, chat? It's the Rolling Thunder.
Forsaken dropping. These are down to just Mind Freak. Spotted Simon's positioning. TP into the corner, stray bullets from nobody. It's precarious and now unwinnable. As I say that, he's found himself.
I think they spotted him, right, on the minimap? Yeah. Or maybe not. Maybe they just suspected. But there is a gap, so...
A little sloppy there from Paper.
The util to clear B main, even if you hear nothing, I'm okay with that, but the problem is at some point you have to break the trips and hit the flank. Otherwise, that util is wasted. But the reason it can be good is it gives you clear information and you cut up the map and now you can pressure the flank. Like, that's why it's important. That's something Gen G used to do a lot, is they would overcommit to re-clearing an area with numbers and util. But it makes, you know, it makes the process of elimination a lot faster. But you actually use the process of elimination. Oh.
Nails the shot. Nobody's going to be dropping straight to the floor. Jingo, re-exploration set up by any form of utility.
Expecting EDG to be running those 4-1 defaults.
I still think Forsaken's Breach overall is pretty good. The way he positions himself, the way you know, he basically fills the lurk and support at the same time, which does require a decent understanding. Ooh, too many targets. The thing is I don't know. I think the narrative was the same last year. They have overheat moments. I mean, I think last year they got away with more of them, but
player advantage.
Mind Freak teleported past the first trip. He would be hurt if he went for it here.
Definitely.
I mean, you're looking to save the op, so Mind Freak's just going to look for exits.
Into his sight line, crosshair placement. Trip's going to be broken off of that noise.
Oh, he breaks that off of the noise.
The call hasn't been made. Wait, there's a back.
Surely they...
Back to back! Mind Freak! He finds it finally with the kill. Now there's a paranoia. An attempt to play them back in, but a flash in kind.
EDG's losing the plot. I mean, they're winning, but they're losing.
Once more to that challenge. That's 3 in a round for him. Something sole job now just to try and save on to this operator.
I don't think Alex is going to call a timeout, though, because there's only 1 round left. Dude.
Just survived with it.
Is that really...
Find another round. Take the lead
his lurking, I'm not saying his lurking should be countered. It's not hard to counter, but my point is that, like, at a certain point, you have to start to feel like Forsaken's put in these positions where he has to become the master of all trades, which is impossible. And I think he does a good enough job. Now, I don't think he gets away with it, you know. I think he should be facing the same criticism that Jing often does of overheating, you know, getting too eager, playing just for his own, things like that. I think both of them should be subject to the same criticism, but I don't think it's necessarily the understanding of the agent that's the problem. I think it's just right? I don't think it takes away from he can play all the agents really well. I just think it takes away from overall you need more discipline, but also at a certain point your team needs more discipline. So it's a very loaded topic for PRX.
He's really been trying to farm these orbs, and EDG have to play aggro, have to play on site.
They're straight up in through market. It's an aftershock and a slow orb as well.
Trying to flood it, but okay. 1-for-1 trade is not bad. Nice attempt from Jing. If he had won that, things would be a little different, but we'll see if the Thrash can do work. Huge wraparound from Devi.
When you're watching what happened on Icebox, a 13-3 map, you wouldn't have expected both teams to be dead even here, but that's exactly what's happened. EDG have woken up, PRX finding their moments to respond. We couldn't be more level at the half.
Yeah, it's just been unreal so far, living up to the expectations that we set on this matchup between two of these orgs that have so much damn history.
I mean, okay, so on the attack here for PRX, I think you have to take early control of mid, and you have. I think re-clears on A main would be very helpful. B, you can always try to, especially against Ecos. On Pistol, you probably think about going B still, but maybe because that's obvious, you go A, and then the other times on the anti-Eco, you go B with the Sage Wall. The mom phone. I'm still interested in it. No, I haven't bought it yet. It'll probably be, if I do upgrade my phone, it'll probably be end of the year. I mean, my phone's still fine, which is why, like, I'm thinking about it. I want a new phone. I want more storage on my phone, but quite frankly, I don't need it yet because my phone is absolutely normal and fine. So it would be a luxury upgrade for sure. I didn't expect it, but I asked chat and all you guys were like, well, my mom has it. And I'm like, wait, is this a mom phone? Is that what's going on? It is an ajashi phone in Korea. Like, Galaxies are called the ajashi phone. The boomer phone. Right? iPhones are the hip phone. And Galaxies are the boomer phone. Why, though? They're basically the same thing, just with different OSs. Silly, man. The marketing from Apple is just too strong, man.
Potentially could have crumbled on this map, but they are still alive and still kicking.
And you might be tuning in thinking, why were they hyping up PRX that much? Sure, 12 maps.
Soft Revolution.
You think PRX fell out a coconut tree? They exist in the context of all the map.
Okay, so it is going to be just a B hit, even off the pistol, right? You can use the Sage Wall to your advantage. Oh, no? Divide? Gonna go on a lurk?
Their attack side looks deadly in a lot of these spots. Their execs onto site.
Really? A bit of a late start here from Divide. They call an audible. They were going to go for a rush onto B, and they call an audible.
Massive ultimates on both sides of the map.
Really? You want to set up a pinch? Oh, PRX, you're kind of... You've given up a lot of information here. You haven't really secured this. You only have one more smoke. This is... It's not the greatest of positions. I think they want to see how long EDG can wait before they push out, though. I think that's the goal. Okay, now they are just going to go for the pinch, though. Break that. Easy peasy. Oh, you cut off Market, and then you want to hit the site. Okay. I don't really particularly like it. The post plant positioning is going to be a little iffy. You have to push out. You have to push out with the paranoia.
They temper it, they control it, at least for the time being. A player advantage to be found.
And Divide going through the wall is huge. They absolutely have lost the plot, dude. Divide actually, the distraction works out perfectly.
Right click. Not enough.
Still not a great idea.
I called him the newcomer to this EDG squad, but he's done it again for them. He's been in these clutch scenarios over and over again.
I don't like it.
That PRX and EDG are going to battle against each other. These are the rounds you remember back to in their 5 matches previous, and this is what you imagine it's going to be like the entire time. It's just bonkers.
I mean, they call an audible because I think they're like, hey, it's too readable if we go straight through B main, which is true. It would have been too readable, but they didn't have a good, they didn't have a good flow chart ready for the pistol round. But we'll see. Maybe they can use it to their advantage. I do think pressuring mid nice and early oftentimes is going to be important since they don't have a strong sentinel. So they want to make sure that it takes a lot of time, that it's scary for EDG to push out of mid, right? You want to basically force them to never think about the flank. Oh, and the heal. That's huge. So now you check, is there a rotate, right? Is there a push out? How does EDG react to this? You pressure them, you let them know, hey, we're taking mid. Make it sound like it's going to be mid control. PRX's idea here is that they've pressured mid, so they think they can maybe force them to think that it's going to be this again, but the trap is still there, and they've already committed 2 and 2, so EDG is pretty ready for this. It is a little risky, right? Just, what do we have? Oh, you got Bulldog and Spectre. If you drop these, PRX wins the round for sure. Oh, I like the, okay, nobody.
Make sure to pick and choose this timing.
Very, very good from EDG.
Excellent.
You know that if you wait, you get flooded. Denied.
The ace ripped away, but listen, eco kills at the end of the day. Nobody is 2 away now from the ult. And I did say it needed to be cleaned up after that point, and that was about as clean as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody had gotten the ace, it would only be 1 orb away from the ult.
Is there a reason you buy armor on the eco rounds?
So Smoggy doing a
Because you trust in your aim, and you think you can maybe overcome it. It's
Oh, good. They're going to be happy with that, I think.
Yeah,
it's not the better way to play Valorant, but it is. I mean, listen, if you get the eco, then it's huge. So obviously, it ruins your economy a little bit, but they still have enough to half armor. So
PRX need this one. Like I said, it's been 12 in a row for them.
so now they just say, all right, we go
They easily beat EDG
with the
last time
thrash.
they played,
Right,
but
that's
this
been the
time,
go-to here on the attacking side. Is just taking her.
Just buying that safety.
Oh
Nobody's right through the smoke as well.
no!
Expecting that timing.
The sage wall's too. It wasn't ready.
Miracles over towards the B site and buying enough time for the rest of the team. What the hell is occurring here? Wingman up at over.
Dude,
someone with a
wingman
blast
up the
tap in.
wall.
Paranoia
That's
is
kind
running
of.
through an EDG. They want to take that fight. The skirmish is called for, and they swarm it in together.
Why are we overthinking this?
Any respect on site. EDG are in as soon as the plant is tapped. Timeout called already by PRX.
But that's what.
I mean, look how aggro they are. Dodging that
Like,
first
why are
wave
we
of
setting up these
and
walls where it
immediately
doesn't
running back?
really stop them from flooding the site and getting good positions on the fight? Either slow or backside immediately and then wall that off, or wall off the entry.
Whereas things actually sound quite casual.
Come on, come on. All right, the timeout though. I would talk about that. It's you're trying to get too crafty with the fights here. It's also a little late. It's also a little late.
Of Lotus. So far, so good. I mean, talking about these bonus round conversions, these pistol round wins, on the back of it, you just get so much momentum after this point. I mean, EDG have knocked down the economy of PRX. They're now going to be working down with those half buys. Not just that as well. You know, you think about how important some of these ultimates are for the attacking side. They're going to have less opportunities to build them.
But I would love to see them push up mid a bit more. Just take early control of that.
So this next round we're going into is an anti-eco for EDG. Then the next rifle round, they'll have the Hunter's Fury to work with. Then the one after that, they'll get to null command before Jin gets to Showstopper, which means that Jin can't really use that ult. So the fact that you get this snowball happening at the start
Stinger
of
half
the
armor.
it affects, it has ripple
Don't like
effects
it,
that
but we'll see.
all
I mean,
throughout the later
you're on a
rounds.
lost streak,
It's not
so
just the
you're
economy
okay,
alone,
but
not just the rounds you get on the board. Who gets to which ults first matters enormously.
chat, calm down. It was 13-3 in the first map. Even if PRX loses, they already are doing better on this map than EDG did on map 1. It looks messy, but like, we gotta calm down. All you EDG fans have been scarred too often.
Quite a tap. It was a full committal. That is quite an overextension potentially there from
You guys have been just scarred for years.
Peppered with the bullets, but still alive.
I mean, you're trying to play for more orbs for the time being. Although if that's the case, I don't know.
Get a little bit scared, I think, when you open up.
You know, the Stinger buy, not so sure about that. I almost want them to give this rifle over to Devi. I would love to see that, but Devi's going to be the lurker, which I don't know about that either. You have no entry anyway. The Siege Lurk isn't really going to hold value.
I'm sure he realizes they're playing a retake at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Can't use this yet. If you work your way up a little deeper and you
So they
spot trips in certain positions, it can be a read.
They dodged the 0 point, so they think they can go back in.
No one even on the A site to know
Yeah, but I mean the fake doesn't even the fake doesn't even matter.
Hold their ground. Look at that, nobody. Ensures that there will be nobody crossing that main area.
Next round.
And most of the danger evaporates.
I want them to take them in control.
Kills. Now the rifle is still alive in Mindfreak's hands.
You gotta clear stuff here and here fast, right? You gotta check where the trips are.
Probably just going to be a little bit too much here for these players. Forsaken holding in case there is that peak.
Forsaken doesn't want to keep a sheriff.
No, and he will be falling.
They want to go for the plant, is what they want to do. PRX wants to go for the plant.
Taps. Okay.
Oh, he gets tagged as well. Now go for the plant. No, just go for.
Damage. Take some guns out of their hands. Maybe keep this rifle.
Oh, you want to keep... Well, okay. I don't know about that. So here's the problem with how that round ended, because you're not playing to secure the extra creds for the entire team, but at the end of the day, you're also not exactly playing to save the rifle. I mean, you could argue he kind of is because he's trying to bounce back and forth in case someone pushes him, but like, dude, we haven't seen Alex slam a desk in a little while, I think.
Just had the read on PRX. PRX like to run a lot of fast rounds, and EDG have had the answer. Dial up the tempo themselves on the retakes.
Looking all the more likely that we end up heading over towards Lotus. Knife not broken. Simon gets the info. There's at least 2 players playing there as well. This is something just exploring mid essentially alone. I mean, he is.
Trap play on A, by the way. Cam takes contact towards where Forsaken is positioned, and they previously had a paranoia set up.
So pressure in mid, good. We're starting to do it. We're not taking full control of it, but we are drawing attention to it. But you gotta have a little bit more control. Holding it at the bottom of mid is not the way to pressure this, by the way, because they can always reposition and set up with their own util if they want.
Give themselves good info.
Yep, break that nice and early.
Heavily favoring B.
Because here's the thing, at this point, that means they have to be watching this, right? So you're waiting for that, and then you're going to try to push in, either wall this or slow orb this and then wall that. You got to make a choice. Okay, it's the early wall.
Did they go for the Sova?
Okay, the mosh pit, the paranoia to push back. Why are we paranoiaing and slow orbing close?
But the plan goes down without any problem. Still that backside control as well, but Hunter's Fury to try and play these players in EDG. They have that advantage once more with the players. PRX, they can't stand against it. They get extinguished as they're just trying to pull towards the back of the side. In and out past this wall, but he's only one man. What can you do in this spot? Up and over with a Dizzy. Nobody's defusing because he knows he's got that safety net. His teammates holding. And hold they will.
This is your comfort map. Why are we overthinking this? Why are the comms out of place?
The losers bonus is definitely starting to accrue, but EDG, at this point, they are almost fated to go to that map 3.
Dude, Lotus as a map 3 is...
When they're on the retake.
It's gonna go nuts.
PRX trying to force the fight, and EDG not going in as quickly as they had done in previous rounds, but mopping up.
I mean, yeah, that's a frustrating round. I mean, if I'm getting frustrated, I can't imagine how Alex is feeling.
Nobody picks up.
You have Thrash.
Well, which is gonna melt through.
Now it's just a rush with the Thrash, which is fine because you have Thrash, but like your post plant better be good.
Fast play is called up.
Okay, that's fine. You know where one of the traps are. Oh, the Odin. Good counter from EDG. And okay, you got the plant. You get the res. That's fine. This is fine. And yeah, Forsaken coming back around. He is very far, but they know that they've bought enough time for the time being. The door is closed. Oh, and there's a trap. Oh, Forsaken, you got to think through this nice and fast, man. Okay, showstopper just to buy time.
His feet. A tap from nobody. And the angle from Chi
okay.
will be safe from that one. He was seeing if he could do
dude,
damage.
EDG is never concerned about the tripwire being broken. Oh, well, now he is.
Just flying through, Forsaken by trying to buy time with a flank. Already there. Everybody's down and out, but time. It worked against him in the end with that hourglass just running dry. So PRX.
Is it a way better round though?
It's a bittersweet victory there for PRX. Their economy is going to be garbage coming out of this.
Yeah.
A tragic situation. The first time that they chose to play a passive post plant instead of trying to fight on site. And it worked. But then Smoggy killed everybody and has ruined their economy.
Smoggy's good. You don't want to give Smoggy these opportunities.
2 Guardians, no Boombot, no Mosh.
No, the flanking is good, but like, Bob's like, dude, I can't. Bob's like, I don't know what to tell Alex, man.
They're prioritizing the weaponry.
Oh, hey, we're taking mid control. Good. Listen, it's not map point yet, so there's an opportunity. We're pushing it nice and early. Good. The other thing I would have said, yeah, is that not only just pushing through this, but... Oh, he doesn't see him. Or something. Dude, the comms from EDG are also bad. You have to recognize this. You're breaking trips and they're not looking back 2 rounds in a row. I mean, PRX doesn't know that 100%, but they should have an inkling because Forsaken wasn't pressured at all on that previous round. So they should really abuse the fact that they can constantly pressure these 2 parts like non-stop.
Is that the kind of issue that's just
Your
gonna get
econ's
PRX
not great
one
enough to
round,
chase
though?
this down. Don't do it.
EDG quickly
He also
cover
has enough to buy again. He also has his Neon ultimate. Don't do it. It's Smoggy. Don't do it.
This is a larger problem.
Yeah.
The fact that Smoggy is just killing everybody.
You have to get these guns. I mean, the economy is just
This the series of what would WillChobra do and watch partying from the POV of Pacific teams. This was a mistake because now I totally get where Alex is coming from. I mean, I always kind of understood, but.
They can still make a play for this one. Smokes up.
No way.
No chance.
What a
Mindfreak.
throw.
He's got the spam and spray this one away. Defended. No way. Mindfreak. From the brink.
There's no way. I just utter relief. A quick shake of the head. That would have been a devastating toss of epic proportions. Mindfreak opens, Mindfreak closes. Everything in the middle was incredible trolling. That's technically a Red Bull clutch from Mindfreak. Should never have been. And I think the desk deserved that one. But look what it's
No, yeah, that's not a feel-good round.
Guardians, at least this time they can pick up.
I mean, it's not even a silver lining. Like, that round was garbage. You know it's garbage because Sideshow doesn't hold back.
Pure scraps.
And as he shouldn't. Like, that round is
The
just...
individuality to bail you out once more. The deep mid push by EDG, all that information.
First time, no Sentinel.
Exactly. Not in a traditional sense. And Mindfreak's back is wide open to the wall. The rolling thunder to clear out most of this side as well.
Dude, the early flank, they're abusing it. No Sentinel. Oh, Mindfreak, okay. I mean, now you're aware of it. Forsaken knows. The Cyber Cage actually helps him a little bit. Yeah, it gives him the time.
Of lead suppression though. Across the board, no abilities to be playing with. Pure gunplay has to try
It's
and
not
reign
bad.
supreme.
You guys have positions.
But there's that uncertainty.
Can somebody... Yeah, there you go. Wall that off. Buy extra time. There you go.
Simon will go down.
Dude, wait, what? Oh, that was the KO. Yeah.
The player positioning from EDG, it should be known, should be noted.
The Guardians are rough.
Entirely onto these players, and individuality will not save something, not out of that spot. Great movement from Chi-Chu. And the 12th round, tallied up, added to the total. EDG now, they can feel it. They're on the brink.
A really nice call from EDG on a round where not all of them had full weaponry. And PRX struggled enormously to get into good post.
Yeah, that's one of the things I want to work on for next year. I mean, assuming I'm casting again, which I would hope that I am. Is that so? This year, I wanted to spend a lot of effort trying to always understand what the reasoning was, whether the execution was good or bad. Because I think it's very easy. You know, it's very easy to go one way or the other, right? And I think I actually did a pretty good job to the point where I think I was giving too many teams a lot of leeway. I've thought about that, so you know, next year. But it also depends on the matches, because I think it's very important to do that at Champions because it's the best of the best, right? So even the smaller mistakes should be called out because that's what determines, you know, a great team from not. You know, I don't know if we really want to be calling out every single mistake that, you know, DFM makes during, you know, their second match of league play, but there is a time and a place for it. But I do think, I know I actively focused on like, all right, well, you know, there's got to be a reason for it. Like, what could it be? That was my biggest, one of my bigger missions this year.
Beautifully, EDG are right into it, and they want to try and shut this down immediately. Hunter's Fury, peek by Forsaken. There's the punish. 3 left to stand. Insane mechanics, but it matters not.
Wow, Kong.
Against the hand and steady aim of Kang.
13-8. What a resounding flip compared to last time we saw these two teams clash on Sunset. In Shanghai, in
Map
front
Theory's
of a home
Lotus.
crowd, EDG got beaten 6-13.
Oh, we didn't do predictions for map 2, didn't we? Well, I guess I saved you guys a bunch of points.
Willing to take it to that map 3 as well. Their last chance, the Bastion team that make it to the playoffs. It's still anyone's game, you got to think as well, but my God, has it been explosive.
We never concluded Icebox, but PRX did win that one. This isn't for Sunset. Don't freak out. This is for Icebox. We didn't do predictions for map 2. Okay, just so we're very clear, though, I see this argument a lot of like, well, they're pros. Like, if I made a mistake in my work, like, I wouldn't, you know. The coaches should be calling them out. You know what I mean? But, like, for instance, if you make a mistake at your job, I don't think it's, like, let's say you have a client. It's not the client's job to call you out every single time, because they might not know. I mean, the clients probably usually do, which sucks, but you know what I mean? From a caster's perspective, it's a very fine line. I mean, here we know that was a troll, but it's a very fine line, and I see this a lot of people being like, well, they're pros. Like, I would get yelled at if I was at, you know, or I would get fired. First of all, you don't get fired that easily in the real world, which is actually a big problem. But second of all, I mean, I'm sure it differs from country to country, but there should probably be more disciplinary firing. But also, obviously legally it's not allowed in some areas, but also the coaches and the management should call you out if you're trolling. They should, because they would know for a fact, right? Because they have all the pieces. But as a caster, it's a very fine line. I will say that. Now, I do think that there isn't enough of it in Valorant. I agree, which is why I said that's something I want to work on more next year. But also, you guys need to know that, like, just last year and into the beginning of this year, literally there was so much crying about casters, like, shitting on people. And being like, well, casters don't know anything. They don't know what they're talking about. How could they possibly do that? They couldn't do any better. It's like, there's always a fine line. Okay, but first of all, Steel, he actually has good knowledge. He also has the benefit that not enough people will doubt him for no reason. Because he has history as a pro, right? I'm not saying that he gets like it's unfair. I'm just saying that's a benefit that he should use, as he is currently doing, right? But there could literally be someone, a no-namer, that shows up with the exact, if not better, knowledge than Steel, and they could say the same things, and people would harp on them because they're like, well, you don't know that. You've never been a pro. You know what I mean? It's you have to pick and choose the right times. And the reason I give a lot of credit to Sideshow and Bren is because, I mean, sometimes they overdo it, but they are actively always looking for times where the criticism can add to the storytelling. And I always give a lot of credit to both of them, where they spend a lot of time to make sure that they know the game well enough. The bottom line is I'm just gonna say it. Not enough of us casters in Valorant know enough about the game to confidently criticize at the right time every single time. It takes a lot of knowledge to do that confidently, like a lot. So it's there's a time, but for anyone who's not an ex-pro, there's an extra layer of a time and place for it, of narrative. But hey, like, I'm glad Steel does it, because he has that benefit of he can do it and people will trust it, which they should. And so it's good. It's good for the scene. It's good for the scene, right?
It was a very big head-scratcher moment, because I thought for sure PRX was just going to steamroll through. Yeah. And then suddenly EDG's pulling it back. You're like, what's going on?
It looked that
No, we don't ever hear player comms. And this, I was surprised about this. Teams, apparently some teams don't know this. We don't have access to player comms. We don't have access to player POVs. We don't get anything. All we get is what you guys see. The knowledge we gain is literally VOD reviewing. You basically have to become a coach to cast with confidence. Yeah. In CS you do, but we don't get it. We don't get it. Frost asked me. He's like, well, you'll hear it in the player comments. He was like, wait, do you guys get it? And I was like, no, we don't. Like, we don't get access to it.
Everyone just turning around, like, one person's running backwards, one person's running forwards.
So that's like a big gap. And I think maybe it is because in CS, you know, a lot of times they do have access, so maybe even players and teams and fans like think we do, but and then yeah, we don't have replays, right? So we have the same tools you guys do. I mean, I think at internationals they have a little bit more access to database, but guess what? We don't have access to that in Pacific. I'm pretty sure they have more in-depth, they have like Or they used to. I know for a fact they used to. Maybe they, since the cost cutting, maybe they don't anymore. They have dedicated statisticians at Riot for the international tournaments where the casters can get better like statistical data. And that's hopeful, but we asked for access for that last year in Pacific, couldn't get it. So it's like, dude, it's all hand done. It's all hand done.
This is the game. No matter how muddy it is, no matter how many mistakes are made by both teams, in an elimination match like this, all that matters is getting that map.
So the thing is this is why it's incredibly hard. But listen, I just wanted to be very clear. I'm not saying this as an excuse. I mean, it's not a great environment, but I'm not saying it as an excuse. But I'm saying this both for the fans and other casters, including myself, that you actually have to grind infinitely to improve as a caster in this game. Like, infinitely. So it takes a lot. It takes a lot to gain to that confidence.
You have Omen, you have Clove, and you have Neon, probably, if the picks go the same way for the side of EDG. And the way that everyone's kind of individually just running around
so
taking these duels, I think that could actually work in their favor again.
But, you know, for instance, it's like, it's stuff like, I mean, and here's the thing is that I'm not in the business of casting to get praise from everybody. Like, you can never win. Some people, you know, sometimes I'm going to call teams out and they're going to be mad. They're like, well, you didn't know the situation. And, you know, I'll be like, yeah, you're right, I didn't. But quite frankly, from my POV, it was a bad play. Like, what am I going to do? So it sucks. You know, sometimes fans will be upset and, you know, you can't please everybody. But it is tough. You also just have to build up more. The thing is also we have a lot of... If you actually look, like, yes, at internationals we have a lot of experienced casters, but generally the casting pool is not, we don't have a lot of casters with a really solid backing already, right? Like, a lot of us have backing in your own pockets, but...
If you think back to the previous times we've seen this match,
it has
been like this before. It gets messy.
Oh, no.
Come off. It comes down to the
Is this good or bad?
PRX are making a change. Solo
Hold on.
Solo Sky composition with a double duelist jet raise. That is a weird one.
This is, I mean, this is what they used to play. So
I don't really know what
well, okay, so let us tell the analyst desk a little story about PRX. Let us tell them a little bit. All right, every now and then they just say, screw it, we go back. We just rewind the time machine. Chat, the Sky's not shocking. Why? Because they played it all last year. They still try to force it at the beginning of this year. I don't like the Sky. I don't mind the Raze. I don't mind the Cypher. I don't like the Sky. But then if you're going to go Raze Cypher, then I guess you have to go Sky. The Sky Breach would have been nice.
Oh, you know me. I mean, listen, man, listen. It's incredible that these two teams agreed to the gentleman's agreement.
But before we start, I just want to say, there's not enough of us casters. So from a caster's POV, again, I think this is bad. I think as casters, we should just grow a backbone and just have to deal with it and fight our way through it and just get better if you don't want to deal with the unfair criticism. But there is, a lot of times, there's also a lot of unfair criticism to casters. So then a lot of the newer casters, you get scared because you're like, well, shoot, I say one thing and I just get trashed on. So now I'm just going to play it safe, right? And guess what? Playing it safe lets you keep your job. I mean, I'm just going to say the environment is not very conducive to growing casters. I will say that. Anyway, now focusing on the game.
There's almost an expectation of it from EDG with a Paranoia crossing its way up. And the noise cut. EDG, advantages to be found and had here, especially when the shots don't land and find that mark with Kang. He's doing entirely all that here. Aftershock into the corner. It's beautiful.
Here's what I don't like about this comp. This comp for PRX against EDG's comp, you're only going to get rounds when you can really buy a lot of time with the Cypher, because otherwise EDG knows you're going to want to fight. And you just have to mask info against two abilities from Sky, and that's it. This is rough. It's going to be rough. Also, I just saw this. I saw you guys talking about it, but I want to address it. No, I don't think there should be a minimum rank for casters. But you should play the game. But here's the thing, is that rank requires a lot of time, and that's time I should be VOD reviewing.
With the guns in their hands as well, once more. Same
I think you should have some confidence of, like, Well, I can definitely get above average, like if I grinded it out, right? At some point. You should have some confidence of that, but... The other... okay, since... Hold on. On this one... I mean, unless PRX has some insane flooding, which I don't think they're going to do, because I think they're going to start peaking right about now. Oh, no, they're going to wait. Look at that. They're playing... Oh, my gosh. They're playing as a team. I mean, what can you do? The other thing is like... But here's the thing, is that you should have somebody on the casting team that has really, really solid experience with the mechanics as well. Because you do want a balance, right? Because there are certain things that you can only know because you've done it or you've been in similar situations. Like the way someone's holding an angle. I mean, at a certain point, like angle holding and stuff, you can understand, but like player decisions, which is why it's nice to have like ex-pros or people who are high ranked. That's hopeful. I'm not saying that that's useless, but I don't think it should be a minimum requirement.
Well, how about that?
Yeah. Even some smart people will repeat what you say.
Exactly.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be... Maybe you should have a higher rank than Iron at some point. But what I'm saying is rank is... It becomes arbitrary, because at what point are you like... Well, knowledge should get you out of... Quite frankly, knowledge should get you all the way up to minimum diamond, depending on the servers. Knowledge alone should get you up there. But... depending on your mechanics, it takes a lot of time. So where do you draw the line, right? Also, the knowledge you gain about pro play, not always transferable to solo play. I mean, if you're smart enough, you should be able to find the correlation. But again, that's my point. Is that like, is that really time better spent? Like, I'm not really so sure.
Pick up pistol, pick up the bonus round. This is what catapulted them to success in the second half of Sunset.
And already
couldn't be more different reactions from the coaching staff.
Absolutely, the death slam.
Anyway, we can talk about that later. But just understand, ranked systems in most games are built to waste your time. They are built to be a time grinder. So it gets very arbitrary. It gets very arbitrary.
And again, I mean, when it comes to strategy, it could be something as simple as like, guys, stop trying to opt into this A-Rebel fight when you're getting outvalued. Okay,
since we're in a timeout, and I think there isn't going to be much to talk about from PRX is going to talk about not going for fast fights, but also obviously you don't have the information. But
yeah, but he's obviously.
What I will say is you should definitely play the game so you understand. For instance, like you want to like, are there hidden mechanics? You should, and if you're not going to be playing, you better be watching a ton of streams of one tricks, right? Because that's how you know. But for instance, like you can also have situations where, like when I was casting with Achilles once this season, he like just straight up admitted, he's like, hey, I don't play much Neon. But how does that mechanic, like, you know, can you do something as crazy as this, right? What was it? He asked if you can scope in while sliding, and I was like, no, you can't. But because I like that's why I play. I like experimenting, so I know about certain situations, even if I know, like I want to know if it's possible. I may not hit the shot every time, but so I think that's important. You should play, but you should also admit that sometimes, like, I'm not going to know always why certain players make certain decisions. Now, the more you watch, I'll be able to know it, but you won't know it the first time if you've never been in that situation, which is okay. Not every caster has to be knowledgeable about every single situation, which is why casting pairs are important. But this is an infinite discussion, so we'll talk about it later. Let's talk about the game now. It's always a loaded topic, though. Yeah, experience is, yeah, that's the better way to put it. Experience is important.
Yeah, I mean, the use has already been used.
PRX have read it.
Okay, PRX have a good read. This is the call on the timeout, right? Is that EDG is going to rely on the first util contact. So PRX has a read, but it's an eco, so that's rough.
Also supplements off to the side, off angle from Divide, but not enough to stay alive, Simon.
So right now what EDG is doing is basically they're waiting for the first piece of util, and then they're just pushing them back because they have a better composition to fight. This is the thing, is that I hate this composition from PRX because it's actually literally the worst composition for PRX. It is literally the worst composition for PRX. Because you're a team that likes to fight if nothing else works, and this team is literally only built to fight 1v1.
Bailed them out of a tough spot there. All smiles and laughter.
I saw your question, Steve. I'll get back to it. Remind me if I don't at the end of the map.
Something has the op.
I mean, how do you even play this? The posture of the util though, EDG faking like they've
Okay, at least you have an op now. That makes things easier.
Control once more. This time walking into a different direction.
PRX are leaving gaps all over the map.
B is open entirely, and it's
I mean, you kind of have to.
They're already into the fight.
You don't really have options. You have to leave B open.
Yeah, I mean, Divide.
But EDG is going to push through it. I mean, you have to play retake. But then you have an op, so it feels bad. But guess what? You chose this comp. You better deal with it. They're still worried about the flank because the double controller, oftentimes there's that lurk. EDG doesn't actually like flank around that often, though. So I don't know if PRX should be this concerned. I think they're this concerned because they're losing.
The amount of util that they have is...
I mean, I think you should break this so you can apply the pressure, but...
As soon as Divide falls, it gets taken out of the
EDG is not a team that uses multiple flanks that often in the post plan. EDG pushes a lot in their post plans.
A call to make. It looks like they're just going for the save.
That's brutal.
Dude.
If you don't want to play these retakes, though, why are you putting all of your Cypher utility and your operator on the same site?
That's the question.
And leaving B completely open. They 3-stack C.
This
the Cypher A.
is why, chat, I used to maul about PRX using this comp for the long... Even last year when Sky was good, I thought this comp was garbage. And I honestly think this comp with the double duelist was the downfall of them last year. One of the biggest reasons why they couldn't win a championship. And then they changed it finally at the end of stage 1. It took that long. It took another half a year this year to bring the breach in. And I was like, oh, they can actually fight now.
From the rest of the team.
Yeah,
and it was so good. I mean, does it have a weakness? Yeah. You don't have a Sentinel. But it was better. And you covered that by having Forsaken Lurk. Now, did it get countered? Yes, because you're just trying to plug in the hole. But it was better. I mean, quite frankly, at that point, I think it's almost better to just put Devi on Killjoy and have no info and play with the breach and just push out, and that's your info. I think that would have been I think that's probably a better choice for PRX than whatever this is.
After 3 rounds, and then after 2 more, he just spoke to them. If you want to think about how PRX's year has gone,
too early timeouts isn't new. A lot of times the too early timeouts is what saves them. Alex's timeouts are generally good. And the thing is you're probably talking about what the casters talked about here, right? That's something I would talk about, is the whole point of playing the Cypher here is that you can hold. And Forsaken is really good at holding sites with the Cypher on this map. He's very crafty with his setups. You don't have the Odin, that sucks, but you gotta hold on. So you set up Forsaken solo, right? You saved the op, cover another angle, set him up with the util, and then what is going on? Oh, he's just gonna push out a B main alone. Okay, I mean B is probably the only place where you can try to hold alone with the op without an early setup, so that's fine. Where is Mindfreak going? Guys, don't. Your comp isn't built to hold every angle.
Looks like a much more sensible defensive setup, though. I think Alex is already calling to spread out this
paranoia to help support. Don't use it. It's already too late. Yeah, just use it to set up the op. That's good.
Holding over the shoulder with the operator through to Mountain is called for this
pause. It's bot time. That's what matters.
Let these PRX players simmer. Time has been bought though.
No information here. Mindfreak's got to re-clear this.
Potentially take this fight forwards with the boom bot.
Don't rush it. Just start clearing corners one by one. Seeker's used. You know someone's close. There you go. Look at that. Did it take a lot? Yes, it did. But hey, it's not over yet, though. Okay.
Cannot stop Jing. Putting power to the rest of his team behind him. They get that round on the board, eliminating the goose egg.
There's only 2 pieces of plant denial in PRX's comp. The nade and the showstopper when Jing has it online. So they've got to be more creative in ways of slowing EDG down. Instead of throwing utility to get ready to set up for a flood retake
we got one.
They open the door, which slows EDG
I like the open door for the op. It's good. Overall, it's very good. It's the best you could do with this composition, and it helps to have the op. I don't think you hold the op on B again though.
Even then though, because they opened the door.
So okay, you're gonna go on C.
So they cut off their own
Forsaken's not gonna hold on his own, but he basically has it so that something can have a retreat, staggered retreat on C. That's good. And then now you're looking to fight with no. But stop! You can't fight Rubble, man. Your comp literally just straight up loses. It doesn't matter how good you are at shooting because this EDG comp is literally built to ruin your shots.
And he's going to be finding it, Smokey.
Oh, thank you, something, I guess.
So you're going to plug in the gaps potentially there in case the flanks were online. Brought to that 3 versus 3. EDG now with that tempo increase. I'm going to speed this one up into the ace.
No, just so we're clear, it's okay for you guys to talk about like casting and stuff. Just don't get too heated because I can't keep tabs on it. And then otherwise I'm going to leave it to Yissel. And Yissel's like me. Once he starts getting loose, he starts crushing everybody with the timeouts.
Up and away. Heaven player expecting.
Oh, he saw him. Thank you.
Is Forsaken, who grasps it.
A close
one. No, it's fine to have a discussion. Just don't get too heated. I like that you guys have discussions about stuff even when we're watching because I can't. I can't keep tabs on the discussion the whole time. I'm glad you guys want to talk about stuff.
Sentinel in their composition. Otherwise, they had so many options to maneuver around the map. He forced EDG to speed up as soon as Smoggy went down. And then
so that's the other thing. I talked about this right in my video as well, but guess what? The same weakness that PRX had in the previous map, the same weakness that PRX often used to have on this map is the same weakness that EDG have. They don't have a Sentinel. So once you get contact, you want to push out. It's the same thing on Bind. It's the same thing on Lotus. So something pushing out there was good. But we'll see. But like fighting on Rebel is rough. Okay, this always gets done. You see their util, so now you clear this, right? You see, is there alert from the smoke? There isn't. The one-way buys you time. So now you're gonna go for early rotate. Oh, they're gonna don't try to fight it. No, Jing, back out. And then just get the wood kill. I mean, peeking out of the first smoke is okay.
Trying to play fast and loose into the site. Flood.
I wouldn't, but here's the thing is that I play very passive. I like passive cleaner play. The first peek out of the smoke from Jing was excusable. I think it was fine. But the problem with plays like that is that you can accidentally start to mess up your comms and bait them in. Because Forsaken thinks Jing is going to keep fighting, because he's getting sprayed down. So Forsaken thinks he has a timing to come in, and they can keep ping-ponging back and forth. But you don't.
And PRX just didn't have that setup they needed to go for the retake. Nice! I am loving the Howdong. Wow!
Isn't it better to fight from mound with this comp? I mean, yes, just because you can still peek around it. I mean, Rubble's just rough. If you get stunned, you're done for on Rubble. Okay, so now they're playing with the door, and then they're going to push out. So overall, this is good. This is, overall, it's the best it can be, except it's B site, and you have no control of this. You have no vision of that.
Something! He's so ahead of his team, they just can't quite play off of this one. There's a flash into the places again.
Oh, and now they know that nobody's there, so they're just going to watch for the flanks. I'm so done, chat. I'm cooked.
Wanted to give up the sights, but smoked off, cut out of the picture. It's him against 3.
Pillsbury Doughboy levels of excitement for Howdong. That's so good, Janine. That's actually so good. I love the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Swallow that you just have to save it away. Keep the rifle into the next. Give up another round for EDG because at this point,
I mean, Smoggy is, dude. I'm glad Smoggy's having like a series of his life because I love the way Smoggy plays.
Compositions on both sides, but there could not be a bigger gap in terms of value from the picks at the moment. PRX's defense, honestly, it's not been their stronger side on Lotus historically, so maybe you could throw some cope out there.
I just can't get away. The reason I'm like at a loss for words, chat, is just because I already hate this comp. So like I don't. My brain is not working to try to find answers because to me everything would be fixed if they just had the breach. Even the faster flanks would be better with the breach.
Sync it up at the same time.
Because here's the thing, it baffles me that you're going back to the Cypher against EDG, who has no Sentinel. I'm mad.
Those gaps as well. Holds as you put it. It's EDG. Here, ready to try and capitalize.
Okay,
Simon.
not bad. Simon, a little shaky on that one. Don't re-peek it. Peek somewhere else. Don't re-peek it. If you want to peek, peek somewhere else so you're not giving up so much map like you are right now.
Expecting some kind of bait and
Just
switch.
leave C. All right, you have info. You can't spread yourself thin. You don't have the weaponry. You don't have the comp for it. Just leave it. You guys are getting spammed. EDG has such a read on the tendencies. But the thing is like if you don't hide in the smokes for a fast flood, do you really have any other option as PRX? No. Which again goes back to the comp being bad. But I guess we talked about that every single round for 10 rounds. So I hope you guys understand that by now.
But again, in inevitability, EDG fault line just roots Forsaken out of spot. There's no safety to be held at the back of that site there.
Why can't they play the standard comp? You mean the one with the Viper? Well, here's the big question. Who's going to play the Viper?
What a recovery. What a turnaround. Losing map 1 13-3, and then kind of pasting PRX on their own map pick. Halting.
If Mindfreak's playing the Viper, who's playing the Omen? The problem here is that literally nobody on this team wants to play another controller.
Not be more one-sided. The scales have tipped.
Divide could play the Viper.
They go fake.
That is a possibility, but then something would have to play the Fade.
Not this time. Making the rotate himself over through.
I mean, the big question is what's something going to play, right? And I mean, he's been learning initiators, but he hasn't played much Fade.
And they're stacking over towards A. I mean, PRX are doing this play when they already have a deep cam that's committed.
That's what I'm talking about. It's in no way refined.
But the point is like you're still plugging and playing. Then you're like, well, you could replace the Gecko with the Fade, but there's a reason the meta comp is to the meta comp. It's because it's very specifically built for that. So then the Gecko doesn't do what the Fade is doing the same way. So now you're like, okay, well, how do we accommodate that? And then it just gets wonky. At which point you're better off just going to the Breach, quite frankly, with the double duelist, in my opinion.
Follow up past it. The camera's finally
That's the real problem here, right?
You're just never going to be favored there.
Just saying, like, well, you could at least replace the Fade with the Gecko. Like that isn't what makes, you know, it's a very specific combination here for the composition.
We'll make a good go of things once more. This time out through the back, Satchel's in play, attack from Simon.
The Flood's here. Oh, the Clovolt. The Clovolt's going to cause chaos. Smoggy, don't give him the kill. Don't give him the
kill. To play his teammate in, but nobody's now going to be that last one left. Into a 1v2 with 12 seconds. Whistle
before you guys get heated, I'm not saying that they shouldn't ever learn to play Fade.
There's no more options.
Chad, I'm the first guy that'll tell you that this team just needs to learn to play more agents, other than Forsaken and Divide.
Third on the board here for PRX.
And quite frankly, I think something has done a decent enough job of trying to branch out. So I'm not going to say any more. I think the process of elimination is pretty simple on what I'm trying to send a message on here. But it would just make things easier. It's hard to say that that's the problem, but it would make things a lot easier. But why that's not happening, I can't tell you, because I'm not in the team house. So
but like I said, that's the only thing that's been working for them.
Don't get heated about it, but I will be the first one to agree.
The showstopper turn into a round victory, an 8-4 half with a pistol. Suddenly,
dude, that is a wild trip, by the way.
Maybe a glimmer, a flicker of hope.
Salvageable. Forsaken's just opened up the door wide.
His cam's got a little bit of info.
Forsaken's trying to make it look like there's more people here on A, but EDG re-clears that door immediately. PRX has no idea about that, but they hear his contact, so they're just gonna over-rotate, which you have to. You know, with the setups you have to over-rotate. You have the showstopper, you want it to be ready. Worst case, Mindfreak's just gonna have to buy for time.
Fault line as well to try and play Kang into this spot with a trip broken down. Something might want to make
something has to pinch right on top of that showstopper.
That's a return of the fire.
I mean, that PRX actually played that as best as they could. Well, I don't know about the showstopper early, but if you were going to use it, that was meant for something to get that kill.
Mindfreak does peek up the flash and plays himself in, but EDG still holding strong. Not willing to be displaced from this position. PRX might have that surrounded, but again, they are fully aware. EDG knowing
Smoggy's going to get this kill.
PRX players, a seize of the connection, all the acknowledgement you need. An open sight that are taking on to C. And an impossible situation
Goodbye,
for Jing
Jing.
to play.
EDG baiting out so many of the tools that PRX wanted to play off. Absolutely broken something in that moment. He may never be the same player again after what Kang Kang just did to him. But they baited out the showstopper. Jing found no value. Baited out all the flashes from Divide. Punished him with a shot to the
listen,
head.
you know how this... the reason I have no hope is because Divide is also going for solo plays. If Divide is devolving into solo plays, the team chemistry is out the window. Divide is usually the guy that's trying to keep it down and play for his teammates, but it ain't happening. Wait, what did Sideshow say this time? Okay, so now that we can all calm down, here's the other thing. I do agree that PRX got away with it for so long that they've never actually had to be like just forced to innovate and just accept that this isn't ever going to make the distance. Guess what? DRX went through that and they got crushed, and then they finally made roster changes and everybody hated them for it, and now they're doing just fine. So I'm not saying that PRX should make a roster change. I'm just saying that it takes a big jump, whether it's roster changes, whether it's comp changes, whatever it is, right? Role changes. And until you're really, until it's hammered home, because here's the thing is that, you know, you always, even for DRX, everyone had the narrative of like, yeah, but top 6 in the world is really good. Like, they get top 6 all the time. That's really good. It is really good. But if your goal is to win, then it's not good, right? So I think for PRX, it's also like, well, we got second place twice. Like, man, like, we're so close. And if they lose here, here's the thing is that this is where at a certain point, I'm just going to say it, even if they end up winning, you kind of hope that they lose at a certain point. Because that's the only way you're going to learn your lesson.
Absolutely unreal comeback overall.
Right?
In the series when they just got
that's the only way you learn as a pro player. Yeah, no, listen, I'm not saying... I will make this very clear. I was very adamant about roster changes being needed for DRX. I am not necessarily saying that for PRX. I think there's still multiple options that can be explored, and I don't have enough knowledge of the team internally to confidently say I think this needs to happen. With DRX, it's not that I had insider information. I was just like confident that they had hit a cap. But
and be experimental.
But with PRX, it's just that, like, I think they still thought they could get by with it. Why? Because they were still dominating Pacific last year. They still got second place at Champions last year, and then they still won Stage 1 this year. You know what I mean? It's like they still just barely get enough where you're like, oh, well, yeah, I think we could still push the limits.
Like they could be trying to fight over towards Mound and
so
from section of B from EDG. I think the goal of it potentially is to cause a pivot from PRX into the high-low setup that they've
No, I'm talking about last year. I'm talking about last year, guys. I'm not saying DRX just made a roster change. Why in the world would I say they need a roster change right now?
And this could tear PRX apart already to peaks if they're not timed correctly, which they're not. EDG ready for it. Nobody's still alive towards the back of the site, and no anticipation that it could have peaked itself over it. 3 in a round, denied the 4, but Chichu is fully there.
These are the times I'm happy that I've never tried coaching. I don't know what I don't know if I could keep my mental together.
If it went over towards A, high-low, set up towards stairs. Horn didn't get broken. Full information. Drop back into a high-low setup. And Simon and nobody.
Technically, first 2 roster changes this year.
So much work.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
And that is elation because EDG can feel it. Primed and ready to pounce. That last spot of the playoffs. It's almost theirs for the taking. No force inside.
Yeah, I don't know how Alex does it, honestly. And the reason I give Alex a lot of respect is that he also tries to make sure that he's like taking care of the players, which has got to be so hard when you're on an emotional roller coaster like this.
11-3. EDG with no concept of mercy. No.
Who would have
thought in the
thought
back of their mind
that DRX would be the last hope and they'd be looking pretty damn good doing it this year? Who would have thought? I didn't. Whether they would make a roster change or not coming into this year, I would not have ever predicted that DRX would be the last strong hope.
And it is just pure,
you know?
isn't it?
I just
a matchup that just failed in
Yo, T-Time, welcome, thank you.
For PRX. Guns in their hands.
Because with the roster changes, I would have assumed DRX needed more time, and without it, I would have said that they would still gonna hit a ceiling. So.
Hard committing into the fight. They make the call as well to try and at least collect themselves
Oh
together.
look, being pressed to the very end, and they start firing back. Where have we seen this before, PRX?
Actually, just swat away these EDG players.
This was a strat that Foot very much struggled with. They found the right reaction by pushing into C.
Ah, and he's lurking. Ah, they're doing it.
PRX, hold on. And like you say, use that advantage of having the better long-range weaponry. EDG are not going to fight like that in every round, though. It's something they'll throw in occasionally, and maybe less so now that PRX have showcased they're willing to stand their ground and fight. Forsaken, it is good to see him popping heads. He was notably absent on Sunset. A bit more passive, a bit more supportive on the breach, and he couldn't find the rifling.
Oh, I didn't see the confirmation. T1 confirmed that they're going full KR?
Dude, I mean, that is like water over ducks back with the pressure for PRX. They are just having fun with it.
I mean, they've been in these positions
I mean, as they should. That's the only way that they start coming back. Okay, Forsaken's been spotted. All right, now that they're trying to fire back, let's talk about the game again, shall we? As much as I hate to do it with this composition because I just don't want to work with it. But hey, if this is what I'm given, I guess I have to. You've been spotted, so I think you definitely go for the rotate. You have to apply pressure elsewhere, but how in the world are you going to take control back from Rubble? Well, I'll tell you what, you have to invest everything. You got to use a smoke, you got to use a paranoia, and you got to use a guiding light or a trailblazer, one or the other. And it looks like it's going to be a trailblazer with a parrot. Okay, well at this point you have to go for a fast reclear of mound. But you have to accept the fact that EDG is not going to go for rotates. You just have to accept the fact that there's two people on A and you're dealing with that. So you just have to fight through it. There's no other way for you to pressure it. It's going to be a 5v3. You better. Dude, Smoggy is... How many kills?
Absolutely running over these players. PRX steamrolled in the process. Jing. He'll have to do it all. But Aftershock and his back satchel away, and the aim reset just not there in time. EDG up to 12.
Match point.
Nobody's utility was phenomenal last time we got to watch them on Lotus.
Oh, Celix, I agree. I'm still cautious about DRX. I'm very impressed with them. I think they've already surpassed my expectations, but I'm cautious to call them like in the group of favorites to win the trophy.
I think a bit of that this is it. Stoic nature needs to be given to Alex here.
19-6-10, man.
The tournament lifeline for
dude,
PRX.
Oh my gosh. Smoggy is 19-6-10 in 16 rounds.
Can't hold a candle to the amount of util that EDG can just pull out.
Part of 29 kills, only dying 6 out of those.
There's for now. One way's rejuvenated. PRX holding, biding their time, waiting to strike. The counters by Mister up, draft up and around as well. Swinging through.
Oh, hey, let's go in one by one.
Up on the high ground, Chichu. He's trying to shut them down.
Wouldn't have it any other way, chat.
Maybe there's a lifeline.
Don't see that, Brad.
PRX and still with a minute to play with.
Nobody's pushing out through B. Smoggy still with his ultimate. An eerie calm drops towards Rubble. An area that's known so much bloodshed and almost all of it going the way of EDG in this map. PRX have carved out a small opening. Do they think of the flank?
The flank timing, nobody could shut this down, Dubai.
Yeah, but final boss Smoggy. Dun dun dun. PRX is banking on the fact that Smoggy might just wait in the middle of the map, but they have to be ready for this. It's either A side or the middle. He's not going to be over at C. Smoggy's considering what's the best option here. You just have to go for the peak. Oh, he's going to go for the spray with the decay.
Spraying them down. Smoggy destroys the hopes and dreams of PRX. Knocks them out of groups. Revenge has been earned. And a playoff picture potential
Really well played from Smoggy, though. Dude, that call, you see the smoke. I love that he peeks on the plant to see if he can get a 1v1, and as soon as he sees the smoke, instead of spraying, he goes, easy peasy. You get the decay and you spray him down. Really, really well played from Smoggy.
To get out of groups behind explosive Trace, who surprised us all. But it is bitter disappointment there for PRX.
Does this mean Trace is better than PRX?
Used to fighting for trophies, who've been in those spots before in grand finals appearances, overtaken this year domestically by Gen G, and now
I think Trace at their best beat PRX for sure.
second time at champions in their history.
But their firepower hasn't been consistent enough yet, right? They've been very impressive for sure, not taking that, but it's kind of like DRX, right? Of like, a little cautious because we haven't seen enough of it, but the foundation is there.
And how could you not? This team rallied back and put on a show.
Holy Nix, calm down, chat.
That was elite. 21-6 is where he's ended it all.
Do you think PRX played similar to yesterday's Gen G today?
EDG being the last to qualify here for our playoffs, they are right on time. As I said earlier, the world is essentially their oyster. You get that
A little. So the Sunset is the big question mark. The Lotus was. Listen, I'm just gonna be honest. The Lotus was lost. The moment they went back to that comp, like, I'm gonna be very honest. I would have been almost disappointed if they won with that comp. But
it would have been
I don't know why they went to that comp. I just don't. I don't get it. I guess they thought it was going to get countered. Maybe they thought Jing's Neon couldn't keep up with Kong's Neon. I don't know. Which is probably true. Kong's Neon's good, but
they turned a new leaf and are looking to try to bring that momentum further into playoffs. It's going to be a tough road ahead, but I have been impressed with this squad.
But anyway, the Sunset is the one where I would say it felt similar to Gen G yesterday, where it's like, oh, you guys are trying to overthink this. Like, you guys are trying to get ahead, and you're starting to overcook. Right? I felt that a little bit from Gen G yesterday, where they kept feeling like they had to do something new, they had to change something else, and it's just like now it's making things even worse. And I think Sunset definitely felt like that for most of the map.
But
the Lotus is just, I mean, who knows?
Exactly how our playoffs are going to be set up.
Welcome down to the stage, everyone. I have EDG's Chichu here with me and Luna to help with the translation, of course, for our post-match interview. EDG의 치추 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Wait, did they not play in Africa? You're right. Sen just played PRX twice, huh?
너무나도 익숙한 PRX를 상대로 승리를 거두면서
Dude, this has got to be a sweet victory for EDG, though.
소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
What was it, 5-1 or something?
You face them again.
There should be a group draw. Yeah, stick around. We'll chat a little bit about like the casting. We'll chat a little about PRX afterwards.
The stakes were so high, and especially because you guys were really familiar with each other.
There should be a draw.
恭喜你们现在是进入到了淘汰赛嘛
I can't imagine that they wouldn't do it live.
PRX 也是赢下了他们。那在如此紧张的一个赛程之下，遇到这么熟悉的对手，现在赢下来感受是怎么样的？
어쩌다 보니 결국엔 DRX.
说实话，第一场输的时候，
희망은 DRX.
我想到了不好的事情，但是怎么说呢？ 就调整调整。
I don't know if I've actually ever listened to a Chichu interview.
因为我们跟他交手很多次，我们也对他比较熟悉。因为我们第一场图
That's
就
what I'm
是失误
thinking
太
about
多
it.
了，然后
I feel like it's the first time I'm hearing his
我觉得
voice.
赢得很爽，然后怎么说呢？也是我们调整成功了吧。
We lost the first map. I was thinking something bad, but we do the adjustment quickly on map 2 and map 3, and we face against PRX so many times. We are so familiar to each other, and we made a lot of mistakes on map 1, and we be able to like fix it on the map 2 and map 3.
사실 1세트 내주고 나서는 정말 안 좋은
Steve, let me answer that when they translate into Chinese.
1세트 때 만들었던 실수들 그리고 있었던 문제점들을 2세트부터 잘 보완하면서 좋은 경기를 치를 수 있었고 그리고 PRX를 하도 많이 만나 보니까 또 많이 익숙했던 것들이 오늘 경기에 좀 도움이 됐던 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요.
Dude, I can see a DRX send, man. DRX send's happening, chat. I can see it.
먼저 시작을 했거든요. 좀 PRX의 조합을 보고 EDG 선수들은 어떤 얘기를 나눴는지도 궁금합니다. So last map, Lotus, PRX ran the double duelist comp and they started on defense. What was your game plan heading into that map?
那其实，在刚刚的莲花古城上面。 对手 PRX 他们是防守方先开，但是选了一个双决斗的阵容。那
What matchup? Oh, okay. So Steve, there isn't a strict like color caster rule in VCT. Like it's not given. I would argue that Valorant is not built well for strict color casting and main casting. I think it can be done, but I also don't think we have enough people that are good on both.
To face against those comps that not Euro to see, but with this kind of, we can see a lot. This kind of comp, we're really good at it.
Okay. So you were familiar. You knew they were gonna pick something like that.
所以其实还挺熟悉的。你觉得你就知道他们会拿这种阵容是吗？
Yes.
사실 페이퍼렉스가 투타격대 조합을 쓸 거라고는 좀 예측 가능했던 부분이었기 때문에 뭔가 그동안 보지 못했던 아예 생소한 조합이었다면 조금 더 힘들었겠지만 그래도 이렇게 해서 좀 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있었던 이유는 아무래도 좀 익숙한 조합이었고 어떻게 대처할지 알고 있었기 때문이라고 얘기를 하는데요. 마지막으로 조추첨이 진행될 예정인데 좀 피하고 싶은 팀이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. We have the draw show ready coming up next.
Oh,
so
we
is
got the
there
draw
a team
coming
that
up.
you would like to face or you would
I would say that
PRX, Team Heretics, and Trace Esports.
I mean, Brent Sideshow is probably the closest to having a very, very good division of like main and color, but they flow very well that you don't really see the division. The thing with the problem with Valorant is that sometimes the action suddenly happens, so both people need to be able to pick that up, and then both need to set each other up with extra.
And rest of them, always okay.
Okay. 트레이스 e스포츠
They don't
빼고는
want to
다
face Trace. I mean, no
만나고
surprise there.
자신감이 넘친다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 치추 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Chichu, for the post-match interview. Good luck in the playoffs. I'm gonna let you guys go. Bye-bye.
Is there, Anders? Is there a team you think would be best to play? I'm curious.
And with that concludes
or
our
that you absolutely don't want to play against.
Matches.
Maybe
now
that tells too much.
8 teams locked in for playoffs, of course. And next
wow!
up,
Look at this. It's already set up. Wow! Look at the camera work.
네, 이렇게 해서 플레이오프에 진출할 8팀들이 모두 결정됐고요. 이어서는 플레이오프 대진 추첨식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 추첨식에는 빅토리아님이
I think it's just you can't meet the same group and you can't.
Yeah, so I'm going to explain.
It's first seed versus second seed.
There are 2 basic rules for this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain them really quick.
Oh,
One
look, I
seed
got it
will
right.
only play 2 seeds, and then teams from the same group cannot be on the same side of
I'm
the
a
bracket.
genius. I'm a prophet.
So move forward or swap backward accordingly to make sure that doesn't happen. Other than that, that's all.
That's a good point, Anders. Yeah, they're the one that's kind of like you just don't know which one you're gonna get, right? Everyone else is kind of predictable, so you can prep for it. That's fair. That's fair.
1번 시드와 2번 시드 팀들은 같은 브래킷에 위치할 수
I mean,
없습니다.
it's the
그렇기 때문에
Ospas event,
조가 겹치는
but all of
대진이
them. But
완성된다면
to me,
계속해서
I agree with
한 칸씩
that.
내려가거나 조가 겹치지 않는 대진이 완성될 때까지 계속해서 2번 시드를
Chad, I can just see it happening.
움직이는 쪽으로
DRX versus
진행을 하려고 합니다.
Sentinels.
Perfect. Let's get started. We'll draw our first seed.
DRX versus Sentinels. Heretics versus EDG.
All right, so that is going to be DRX.
DRX입니다.
It will go into that.
Wait, Fnatic can't play LEV though, right? Not in the first round. You're right.
다음 1번 시드 팀입니다. DRX와 같은 브라켓에 속할 팀은 누가 될지.
And the next first seed. This is the next first seed.
트레이스 esports입니다.
Trace in the same side of the bracket. Ooh, spicy.
All right, next one.
다음입니다. 반대편 브라켓에서 경기를 치를 팀
G2.
G2입니다.
All right, so DRX doesn't have to face G2 in a long time. The thing is I actually think DRX would play very well against G2 just because they understand that style of play very well, or at least the coaching staff does. The players probably don't, but.
팀 헤레틱스입니다.
Okay. So we'll draw the second pool of teams.
I want Sen in the. I want Sen to match DRX because I want Sentinels and Heretics to be on other sides. We've had enough of Masters winners and finalists facing off against each other for the groups.
차례와 나갈 예정인데 조가 겹친다면 반대편 브래킷으로 이동해야 된다는 점 유의해 주시길 바랄게요.
Okay. First one.
Wait, Fnatic can get Trace.
첫 번째.
We have
DRX를 상대할 팀은
LEV.
레비아탄.
Oh.
They cannot be in this side since they are from Group C, so they will move to the first slot.
Oh.
트레이스 e스포츠와 조가 겹치기 때문에 G2와 레비아탄이
it's the entire
경기를 치르게
upper
됐습니다.
side of the bracket. Really? Really? That's what she said?
One, we have Sentinels.
센티넬입니다.
Sentinels is from Group B, so
Called
they are
it.
good to go here.
DRX와 센티널이 만나게 됐습니다.
Wait, is that really the rule though?
And our next team.
Teams from same group can have. Oh, same place. Oh yeah, they have it in the captions. Same side of the bracket.
We have Fnatic.
Told you.
So since they are from Group A, they will move all the way down to.
푸나틱이 DRX와 같은 조였기 때문에
EMEA
팀
rematch.
헤네틱스를 만나게 되는데요. 이렇게 되면서 EMEA 대전이 완성됐습니다.
It does. The whole same side of bracket does get rid of a lot of potential matchups, though.
EDG 중국 대전입니다.
I don't know if I like this rule. I think just the initial matchup would have been good. Because it limits a lot of it, right? As soon as, yeah. But it is what it is. I mean, at least the rule was set very, very clearly.
퍼시픽의 유일한 플레이오프 진출팀 DRX는 센티널을 만나게 됐는데요.
Dude, DRX Sentinels, I called it. I told you, chat. I told you.
So Victoria, we had G2
Everywhere else, it's regionals.
Oh, not Tracy Sports. We also have the Battle of Americas, Battle of EMEA. Last hope
I think they were. I think because it used to just be the first matchup, right? I think they changed this to avoid like same group matchups again right away. And now we're getting regional matchups right away. But hey, that'll get rid of regional matchups until later. I don't know. Listen, it's.
You can look at it as a good thing that way, but
I mean, chat. It's one way or the other. I mean, it happens. I don't like this rule though. It basically gets rid of a lot of the randomness.
이렇게 되면서 조금 더 골고루 많은 팀들이 더 높이 올라갈 수 있는 지역별 다양성이 좀
Yeah,
많이
because this kind of forces this for sure. I think this rule was overcooked. Personally, I think this rule was overcooked. But regional matchup isn't allowed in the group. So here's the thing: is that regional matchups happening is like it's whatever. It can happen. I just think this this restricts too many permutations. It's just my problem with it. If this happened and it was much more likely that it was random, then it's like, oh well, wow, that sucks. But now it's like it doesn't feel like it was bad luck. You know what I mean? Now it just feels like it was meant to happen.
And we return on the 14th, right?
Yeah, on the 14th. We'll see you back then.
So.
저희는 며칠 쉬었다가 14일에 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
Wait, is this really? Did they always have this rule? I thought it was always just the same. It was just the matchup. The initial matchup can't be from the same group. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And maybe then I'm just being a revisionist Randy.
All the regional matchups. Okay, so full transparency. We were talking over here, and I think I'm a gosh darn genius because I had called the Sentinels, and I was like, watch me, Sentinels. It was Sentinels. And then we were like, it's probably going to be regional matchups.
It's always regional matches. It's crazy that it's regional matches. It possibly
DRX versus Sen, though. Called it. And then, so I actually think DRX versus Chinese teams, if they win, is not bad. But
That should be a sick one. Honestly, all of these are going to be pretty good matches, to be honest.
I mean, these should all be exciting. Dude, Heretics versus Fnatic, G2 versus LEV. I think G2 wins versus LEV here. I think G2 comes back and wins it this time again. Oh, last year Champs had the same rule? Okay, so I'm wrong. So it's always been the same rule. It's just we got the worst of it this year. Honestly, yeah, for Fnatic, that side of the bracket I think is pretty. It's as best as it could be. Yeah, I agree. Heretics is probably the scariest there. I would agree with you, Anders. Fnatic doesn't have a bad bracket. Yeah, and G2 should beat LEV, especially in a best of 3. I think G2 beats LEV. Interesting.
So what you're saying is EDG knocks Trace into the lowers and Trace knocks every other team out of the event.
Yeah, and then it's an EDG Trace finals and Trace gets
Oh, yay. Hold on, let's bring up the bracket. Is it updated in-game already? Can we just do in-game pick'ems right now? Can that be our YouTube video? Can we start to get a little lazy again? Let's see, let me log in. I have a feeling it probably isn't. I'm feeling they're going to be late on the update, but... Why didn't Lev play DRX? Because the rule is that you can't be on the same side of the bracket as your group, not the same matchup. So since Trace is already there. Listen, I think this DRX absolutely has the potential to get top 3. I think it'd be very impressive. I don't think they need to do that to prove anything, but... Listen, the only way DRX doesn't make playoffs is by not making the event. What? Oh, it opens in 12 hours. They purposely timed it. I mean... We have a full day to do it, so... Wait. Why am I top... How bad are you guys at doing this? How are you guys so bad at this? Oh, no, this isn't updated. That's why. No, this isn't updated. That's why. Although, I guess... Actually, I think this one may have had a lot of variance. Yeah, no, you're right. Wait, so, okay, so I wanted to know... Because the rule is... So, this says... I don't... Like, I don't get this. Why does this say plus 16 here? Oh, I see what this means. Wait, no, I don't. I see what this means. So, plus 16, and if they were swapped, then it would have been plus 2. Wait. But why don't I get... Wait. But don't I get... Oh, it's plus 16 just because I got both of them? Dude, this... they gotta fix... I mean, it's beta. It's beta. I'll give it to them. They purposely put the beta in there. Because, this should just be marked yellow too then, right? But this being marked X is confusing. I'm so confused. Yeah, no, the labeling is wrong, but the points are correct. Oh, wait, yeah, I got plus 16 for heretics. So then I should just be getting plus 16 plus 16. Oh, this is so borked. I'm missing so many points. So maybe you guys aren't all bad. Maybe the system is just broken. There's a point total? Oh... No. Okay. We figured it out. Chat. I get it. Okay, so there's 40 points possible for each, which means that you can get 16, 16, and then plus 2 for each correct placement, right? So that's 8. So that's 32 plus 8. So as long as you get one of them... Oh, it's not great then. So as long as you get one out of the 2 advancing, you get plus 16. And then the only bonus you get is if you got them correct. If I got Fnatic and DRX swapped, I would have gotten plus 4. Oh, but it says 36 out of 40. You're right. Oh, wait, right. Because eliminated doesn't get the plus 16. So this is correct. No, you're right. You're right. You guys are you're correct. Chat is correct. So I did get plus 16 here. Yeah. It's the UI is bugged, but it is correct, I assume. 72? Yep, it's correct. Listen, we can talk about let's talk about our pick'ems. We can talk about our pick'ems, but I want to do it in game just because, you know, they put in the effort to do it. Nate shot being at 78 points is pretty funny. But we can talk about the bracket here. No, I want to support the in-game. I want to support the in-game pick'em. It's kind of cool that they're trying to do it in-game. I like that. I didn't even do it for the groups here for VLR, so. Also, I'm going to be very honest. Every chance I get to move away from this website, I'll take. So this isn't going to be my final one, because I'm going to do it separately. But listen, my initial impressions just off the top of my head. Oh, I mean, this match is so tough. I mean, I think there's a good chance, but oh man, no, I think DRX wins. But Sentinels, the wild card impact on Sentinels is crazy. This is just my initial impression. This is my final pick'ems. You'll have to wait to watch the video for the in-game bracket, but this is just my initial. I'm cooking though, because here's the thing: if I think DRX is beating Sentinels, listen. As much as I have hype around Trace, I think DRX is beating Trace. Again, just initial concept. Dread it, run from it. DRX Fnatic comes back all the same. I think Sentinels wins there. I think Heretics wins here. Oh, this one's a tough one too. Man. Yeah, baby, we're going all the way. Hell yeah. Nah, chat. No, I think here's the thing is that I think G2 actually has a really tough bracket after Leviathan. No, this is chat. This isn't my final pick'em. Don't clip this. We're gonna do it separate. You guys wanted to talk about it, so I'm just telling you right now in the moment. Just like my first thoughts immediately. This is what I would do. The in-game pick'ems are updating in 12 hours. They probably did that purposely to make sure that they have time to update the back end. But I think G2 after Leviathan actually has a really tough bracket because it's either Fnatic or Heretics, which are gonna be banger matches, and then there's a good chance it's either Sentinels or DRX, which I think is a tough matchup for them as well. if Sentinels is feeling it. I mean, here's the thing is that Sentinels, like, I think they're back on the upswing, and I think they're going to have enough energy to try to go as far as they can in this tournament. So I think we have to consider that they'll be in decent form, you know, not their best form in every match, but decent form. So there's a good chance that it's Sen or DRX against G2 if they fall here. And if they move up, it's a good chance that it's like DRX or Sentinels. I mean, maybe Trace. Who knows, but so G2 actually, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but like I think G2, here's the best way to put it. I think G2 has their easiest matchup first. Let me put it that way. Unless it was like against, I mean, they can't play EDG. So yeah, I actually think G2 has their easiest matchup first. Which I think is tough, but that's just my initial impression though. Here, let me submit this, and then in the video I'll do it in game, and we'll compare after I really put some extra thought if that changes. Can you imagine though? Sentinels has more firepower than who? Literally everybody. Then G2, I wouldn't say objectively. I think at their best, sure. If both teams, all 10 players are playing at their peak, yeah, Sentinels maybe edges them out a little bit on firepower. But I think it's much more that Sentinels, at their peak, Sentinels knows when to take the risks more than G2. But G2 is always going to be sturdier. So it's a very interesting matchup at their peak. If they are not at their peak, G2 wins. If both teams are not, even if both teams are not at their peak, I think G2 is favored. But to me, it's just also the momentum that Sentinels can have. Yeah, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. I'm gonna log in. I'm just gonna find myself clicking Trace every time. Dude, that'd be insane though. Trace winning this would it would give me flashbacks to when Wings won the Dota major. Was that a major? Anyway. No, ESL 1. That wasn't a major, but the ESL 1. It would give me flashbacks to that. So, well, no, not the TI. I meant their first one. Nobody can be compared to Wings. I'm just saying, give me flashbacks to that vibe of the tournament. Just saying. Listen, I'll think about this further. We'll put it in stone in game. I'll record that tomorrow. In the meantime, chat. So oh, I did submit this? Oh no, I didn't. What? Where is it? Where are we? Dude, not a single person going positive across all 3 maps. I mean, you got shut down. Despite having a dominant first map. Forsaken minus 14 on Sunset, man. 5 kills. 13-8. And Forsaken is... Dude... How does he have 0... But here's the... I actually know how he has 0 assists. Because, I know exactly how he has 0 assists. Because the times they did use it, they used all his util kind of on a Hail Mary, and then people weren't there. And then the times he didn't, like, either his teammates were dead or it was on cooldown. Yeah, and then a lot of times he's also already dead. Like, it's a lot worse than I thought it was. I've never seen Forsaken go, like, below 100 ACS. That's crazy. Dude, 43% KAST. I mean, he was having a miserable game. I mean, he has 5 first sets as well, but so you know that is a lot. It is a lot. But but here's the thing: just overall, this map was not played well from PRX. I mean, listen. Listen. I want to just use this as a reminder of like keeping tabs on stats is important, but like don't go too hard on it because I just think overall the team played very poorly in the second and third map. And at that point, they started to evolve into solo plays where that it either goes one of two ways. Either your stat line alone looks great and genius and you look like a hard carry, or you all look like garbage. And what ends up happening is they all looked like garbage today. So. Yeah, -10 is pretty rough. And -6 is a lot, too. Forsaken gave up a lot as well. I mean, they should have ended it in Sunset for sure. They should have ended it in Sunset, but that's the thing. I think okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. I do think that Sunset they were kind of similar to Gen G, where they started to get into their own heads, and they were trying to make sure that they could like get ahead of EDG's counters, and then once it started not working, they started playing solo, and then it starts to all break apart, right? So that I feel like that's what happened on the Sunset. But then the Lotus was just... Why are we going back to this, man? That is rough. 21-10, man. 21-10. I mean, miserably matched from Gen G yesterday, too. Dude, Meteor -10, Kara -15, Locky -21 is just, that's rough. Do you think it was the coach's proposal or the players? I'm not going to answer that because that's a very loaded... I know you didn't mean it that way, but I think it's a loaded question. I don't think... If they show it in the vlog, that's great. But if not, it's not worth speculating. The PRX is a team that the players have a lot of agency in their comps. That is true. That much is a fact that they've mentioned themselves. Alex will... It seems like, yeah, Alex won't ever be like, no, you guys are playing this. Like, end of story. That's not the way he runs the team, which I think is respectable. You know, maybe sometimes you need to do it, but I respect it. But whether this was player call or coach call, I don't want to speculate that because... It is, I will tell you what, though. Statistically, it's a last-minute thing. Because anytime they go back to an old composition, especially on Lotus, it's a last-minute thing. They've done it last year at Champions. They did it again here. And it's bad. Yeah, I mean, it could be in the press conference. It could be in the vlog. The Gen G game was rough. I mean, Sentinels played their hearts out yesterday. What can you say? You gotta give it to them. Isn't this crazy? DRX first seed in the group. Dude, Buzz is him, man. I keep telling you every time. Even when Maka was touted as one of the best players in the world, the best controller ever, I always said if I had to take one player from DRX, it'd be Buzz, and I think he is absolutely proving it. It's nothing against Mako. It's just that I think Buzz's impact is incomparable. Incomparable. I mean, I'm not excited about it. I just think it's ridiculous that DRX got out first in the group. Not ridiculous, but I'm very surprised. Again, I will always stand by that. Even making champions already exceeded my expectations. In fact, in second seed, right, getting a reverse sweep in the lower finals of Pacific exceeded my expectations, and now getting first in this group exceeded my expectations. Even if they look like utter garbage and like 3 of their players get 0 kills in their matches in the playoffs, I would still say that overall for the year, DRX has exceeded my expectations. Like, that's how much this has a lasting impact on me and on how they've performed. So I'm like, you know, I think it'd be exciting, but I'm not going to be as emotional about it. It's going to hurt all the more if they get close but no cigar, but it is what it is. If Gen G won, it would have all been regional matchups. That is true. And DRX was... the Korean fans were very scared of DRX versus Gen G being a possibility, but thank you, Sentinels, for making sure that didn't happen. Does the PRX Neon Comp have a better chance against EDG's playstyle? It's not even about EDG's playstyle. It's just a better comp. This comp with the Solo Sky double duelist is just bad, especially with non-old Sky. Even with the old Sky, I thought it was bad. So that just tells you. And the Sky nerf was big. So, like, it's even worse. Like, if you're gonna play double duelist, you gotta play double initiator, I think. You have to just double down. Or you have to play, like, no info, double smokes, breach. Right? That's the only way that you make double duelist, like, okay. And then you have to be a team like PRX. Am I the one that thinks Sen feels like Batman? How, if they have information on you, they become way scarier than without prep time? I mean, I think that's... The thing is at a tournament like Champions, I think the teams who prep better are going to be the ones who win, right? It's a prep game. Now, I think for the opening matches of playoffs, it resets a bit. You have a little bit of time to cook. You have a little bit of time to throw curveballs. But as soon as playoff starts again, it's just back-to-back-to-back matches. So it's whoever preps, whoever is able to VOD review quickly in a span of 48 hours and come back. Oh, it's not coincidence. I'm just going to say it straight up. They're not a deadlock team. They're not a deadlock roster. I'm a big fan. I know people like Anders who properly analyze actual power levels of agents, don't like the deadlock composition. I'm a big fan of it, but Sentinels is not the team to play it. Playoffs begins in 2 days. Wait, 3 days. Wait, I thought we started on Wednesday. Oh, we do start on Wednesday. I'm crazy. There's 2 days between Sunday and Wednesday. It is Sunday. It is Sunday, my dudes. Maybe we'll do a little Stormgate stream on Monday or Tuesday. Probably Tuesday. Probably take a little break tomorrow. Is there a chance that this schedule is going to change? They didn't say so right after the bracket draw, but they might have said it at the end of the broadcast. I assume they won't, though. I assume they won't. Yeah, I mean, listen, it is an exciting time. Well, apparently it turns out that rule has always been there, so we're just wrong, and we're just paying the price for never not liking the rule before. Did I do the pick'em yet? Well, we did first. I did a first pass. This isn't my final pick'em. I'm gonna do my final one in game. I want to see what the point system is in game, but this is my first pass. But we'll do a video on our pick'ems and I'll actually think through it. There's probably going to be changes. There will probably be changes. But with a little hopium sprinkled in, I don't think this is crazy. I don't think this is crazy. No, with a little bit of hopium, I don't think this is that insane. What do you think would happen if regions were completely nuked and it became something like CS? I do think it would get very messy. I also think that would make the comparison to CS so much stronger, and it wouldn't be healthy for either game. What? Too much faith? Too much faith in Fnatic? No, I got faith, man. Honestly, though, I mean, listen, if Fnatic beats Heretics, I think it's not that crazy. And I think in a rematch, you should win. It's really just set up for the rematch of the rematch so DRX can win, you know? I'm just saying. Because if I had DRX winning here, like, I would have to give, you know, Fnatic the edge, so. No, I think listen, if this bracket is true, I agree. I actually think this might be the easiest matchup for Fnatic. But I think this is probably the hardest matchup. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, listen, chat, I'll work on this once the in-game one updates, and then we'll see. We shall see. It's exciting though. I mean, it sucks for Pacific. Hey, we had our little shining moment. We milked it for stage 2, right? And this is what we get. You know, at the end of the day, we all become DRX fans again anyway. So, oh well. Do you think DRX has a home field advantage? I mean, surely a little bit, for sure. I mean, especially now that they're the only remaining Pacific team and the only remaining Korean team, for sure. For sure. And then, listen, we had some great discussions about casting earlier. I think, so just to wrap that up, because the game started in the middle, I will say that you should definitely have experience and you should definitely play the game you cast. Now, how often you play it, it depends, right? Are you more focused on like macro and strategy and theory crafting? Then spend more time on VOD reviewing. But like, you do want to pick and choose. Now, this also means and this is, you know, maybe a good advice and tip for anyone who ever wants to cast any game, is you also have to kind of read the field, right? If your league already has a bunch of people who are really good at casting the macro strategy, right, and map awareness and things like that, then that isn't what you should double down on. You should be the guy, right? Someone needs to be the guy that knows how to read the player's mindset and individual decisions and when the heroics are worth it or not, right? You have to have someone who reads that. So I'm not a fan. Like, everyone always says, well, maybe at some point we should put in rank requirements. Rank requirements, I think, are dumb, but you should definitely have an experience requirement, and that's going to be a subjective bar. That's going to be subjective. But like, I mean, you should definitely be able to get out of Iron, but you know what I mean? Like, it becomes arbitrary where you draw the line, because then it's an argument of knowledge versus time versus mechanics, and yeah. So, but you should definitely play the game. Everyone has different priorities. Like, even back since, 10 years ago in League of Legends, like, I've always prioritized like goofing around in the game, so I know like off the wall situations, so I understand viewer mentality of like, you think this is possible, or this is probably what you're expecting, or I know how to relate to certain situations. But in Valorant, I've been trying to get much more analytical. Back in League, I was much more kind of, just like outside of the game color and then play by play. So in Valorant, I've been trying to get more analytics. So now I try to get as much indirect experience as I can of player mentality by watching a lot and, asking players whenever I can, or discussing it with other casters and analysts. So I try to do that, but everyone has different priorities. I haven't been past silver in like 8 acts, and there you go. Yeah, strategy's a whole different game. In fact, I think, and here's the thing, I think solo queue ruins your thoughts about strategy. Getting high rank, I will simply say this: Getting high rank is not a waste of time. I'm never going to say it's a waste of time. It's going to teach you a lot about the basics of the game. It's going to teach you a lot about mechanics of the game. It's going to teach you a lot about why players make individual plays and why those decisions make sense. But at the end of the day, like, that's a bonus. That's a cherry on top. Prius is pushing. Yeah, and that's the thing. This is a big reason why I don't play during the season. It's just like, dude, I mean, I try to watch as much as possible while still having a, I would like to argue, relatively healthy married life without my wife getting upset that I'm actually married to Valorant and not in real life. And even then, I can't watch all the VODs. So at that point, like, how in the world am I going to play a lot of games? I'll still play every time a patch is out, right? And every now and then I'll just like goof around. Even, and here's the thing is that at that point, just playing even like Spike Rush and things like that help. Just like understanding how agents work. Oh yeah, like this, you know, goofing around, things like that. That helps. But which is why I try to play a lot more during the off season, because it's like, all right, this is where I get back into it, you know, and try to see how far I can go. I've been enjoying playing again, right, since the regular season for Pacific is over. And then now that games like Stormgate is out, or it's going into early access, free-to-play early access, and then 2XKO should be coming out as soon as possible. So, yeah, I want to play 2XKO. I don't have access yet. Hopefully I get into it as soon as possible. So those are games I'll probably grind during the offseason alongside Valorant, like those three. Stormgate, 2XKO, and Valorant. So we can have more fun with that. I did buy the Champions bundle. I bought it as soon as it was out. I really like it. I really like it. It also gives me a good reason to go back to the Phantom. I used to love the Phantom, and then I became a Vandal user. But I'm ready to become a Phantom user again. You started doing shots whenever people lost around. Yeah, I mean, that's the danger with playing the game, though, for experience, is that, like, you have to play it with intention to learn the game. You know what I mean? Which is why rank is stupid. Because if you want to get rank, I'll tell you what, the stupidest thing about having a rank requirement is the fastest way to get a rank requirement is to become a one-trick crony. You just become a one-trick, you insta-lock that Reyna or the Jet, and you grind as much as possible. That's how you get a higher rank. This is just the truth, up to a certain point, right? That's just the truth. So that's not actually how you learn the game better. So if you're playing as a caster to become a better caster, like, you better be trying all the agents. You better be trying, you know, all the funky things. And at that point, maybe sometimes you have to make sure you're double queuing, you know, queuing as 5 and things like that. I mostly solo queue, but I'll always try different agents. I'll try to work off of what my teammates are doing. I'll just do like silly solo setup plays and things like that. I mean, yes, it's up to a certain rank, but that's what I'm saying, though, is that, but here's the thing. I would say that becoming like a two-trick pony and just brushing up on your aim should get you into Ascendant. It absolutely should, because knowledge-wise, you should be able to get into Diamond if you grind enough, just off of pure knowledge and absolute garbage aim. So at that point, it's like, does that rank really mean anything? So then you should, so then it's like, well, then maybe you should get Radiant. And it's like, well, that's not worth my time as a caster, let me tell you that. So, and also the mechanics aren't needed at that point to become a caster. So, but yeah, but I will say, like, you should have a very clear intention of why you're playing the game. Either you're playing it to remind yourself of why you enjoy Valorant, or you're playing it to learn, which means you should be learning new agents. You should be trying new agents. Anytime it gets patched, you should be trying every agent that gets patched, not just in customs, but in real life scenarios, because, like, let's say your pullout time on your ability is like 3 seconds slower. You can try that all you want in a custom game. You don't know what it feels like until you try it in a real game. It doesn't matter what rank at that point, right? But you just need to be in a scenario. But yeah. But anyway, I do agree that Valorant in general plays it mostly safe. I do think there's a reason for it because of how the community has been so far and where the casters stand so far. But I do think a better balance of criticism is good. But I think for most casters that aren't ex-pros, there's a time and place for it. And I think Sideshow did that very well today in the PRX match, because he didn't harp on them the whole time, but the couple of times where it actually also just meant so much for the game, he really called it out, right? And I think that's really good. Like I always give a lot of respect, especially to those two, and I think that was very well done. And like I said, with Steel, like I think it's good that Steel is doing that, because he has the authority to do that more so than some other casters, being an ex-pro in multiple games. And so it's good. It's good to have someone who has the voice and kind of the safety net to do that. All right, that's going to be it for me for today, though. Yeah, that's going to be it for today. Hey, well, what would Chobra do series suddenly just the number of videos that are going to get uploaded has decreased greatly since DRX is the only team. So we'll talk about Sentinels, how they looked rejuvenated against Shenji. That'll be another video coming up over the next 2 days. We'll do a pick'em video. And then I will definitely watch party the DRX games whenever I can, but whether I'm watch partying the other games or not, I'll kind of play it by ear, right? Because there aren't any Pacific teams left. So, and then I am back. So I'm working the pop-up event. There's like a live pop-up outside in this weather, nearby, like right outside the Champions venue. So I'm working that over this weekend, and then I am on the Korean analyst desk once more, because the Korean analyst desk needed like last-minute sub-ins, so they brought me in for that when they needed me most. They had no other options still, so we're back to that. Oops. So you know, even if DRX moves through, I may not be here. I think I'm working this day, the Korean desk, though. Yeah, there's a pop-up there during the COEX days, and then there's a pop-up at the finals weekend too, which I think I'll be working that one as well. So yeah, so I may not actually be able to watch party, like even like I want to watch party the grand finals, but I may just be at the venue. I might also just visit the venue if I have an option to. So there's definitely a pop-up at Incheon. I don't know if there's going to be like a lot of events around it, but I know because some of the influencers that are going to be there have announced that they're going to be there. Yeah, maybe we'll do an IRL stream. Maybe we can have some fun. But yeah, that's going to be the plan. But we'll still put up the analysis videos wherever we can, and then we're gonna start to sneak in a little Stormgate, because I'm pretty addicted to it. It's funny because Stormgate is a very heated topic these days, because people who are like trying to put out Stormgate content, there's all these like haters who are like, wow, I can't believe you're a sellout shelling for Stormgate. First of all, do I know people at the company? Yes. Am I like paid to do this? No. You know, I think it's parts of that game are very rough, but I think once if you like RTSs, I think the 1v1 is going to be, it's fun. The 1v1's fun. That's all I'm going to say. And I think the balance team seems to have a good head on its shoulder. So we're okay with Scuffed Mobile IRL streams to stream. I appreciate you saying that. You know what? I will definitely do, maybe not a long one, but since you guys have told me, I promise I'll do at least one IRL stream at the venue at some point during Champions then. How's that? That'll be your deal. Although at that point then it'll only be on Twitch, so sorry YouTube. GG. Or maybe it'll only be on YouTube, because then the VOD would get saved. Because on Twitch it wouldn't. I don't know. So we'll do that, and then we'll start to sneak in some Stormgate content. And then once the off season is here, we'll do other just like gaming content, etc. And we'll have some time to finally just relax and reset and like plan out all the things that we wanted to do, like actually organizing a better Discord, actually, you know, doing stuff. So we will go through that. I don't know. I've never really done a proper mobile stream, so I'll check. I'm sure there's a way to do both, but I'll double check. Yeah, emotes. Yeah. I appreciate you guys all hanging out despite me having nothing other than my voice on the stream, so I appreciate it a lot. Honestly, it's been a great motivation to actually build up more stuff, you know, around our content, so it's been fun. Anything about Ascension? I don't have any updates on my end. I hope, obviously, they have updates. It's going to be in Jakarta now. I hope I can be there. But in terms of content, we will definitely do Ascension content, if that's your question. We will definitely do that. Maybe near the end of Champions already, or like right after. I'll have it prepped for right after. We will definitely do that. We'll definitely do that. So I think SPG has a chance. I don't know if they're favorites, but I think they have a good chance. All right, chat. That's going to be it for me. 10:30 p.m. Time to sign off. We got a couple days break, and then we're back on it on Wednesday. Everyone, we must now all return to becoming DRX fans. All right? Even me, the #1 DRX hater, I am now back to being a DRX fan. So you have no excuse. Thanks so much. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day and weekend. And I will see you all probably on Wednesday's watch party.